Going. Awesome. Hey everyone. Brianna Pats with Pips and Chicks here. We're ready to start youth bantam judging. So we have Ryan Crosswaite here that's going to go through and is going to judge our birds. So Ryan, if you want to introduce yourself and say just a little bit.
So hello, my name is Ryan Crosswaite, like she said, and many of you have seen before. I reside here in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where I'm the owner-operator here at Champion Road Chickens. It is an exhibition poultry farm, if that's what you want to call it, where I raise Cochin bantams and black, blue, and the occasional splash, as well as white. I also raise Rhode Island red bantams, and then my absolute favorite is the Wyandotte bantam, where I raise black, blue, and the occasional splash, as well as the whites, which is what I began with. Back during COVID, when I decided I needed something to do, I thought what would be a better idea than buying a show chicken. I am not new to the show world, as I have been showing registered Angus heifers for as long as I remember, and I also show market hogs here in Oklahoma, but I do show poultry all across the country. And I get out as best as I can. I've been successful on about every level that you can be with the help of my parents financially and my younger sister who raises the white Leghorns on our operation. She is essential to our running of Champion Road Chickens, as when I'm gone, she is here to take care of stuff, as well as doing anything that I could possibly need. So that's just a little bit about me. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So let's get started. Just before we go, I just want to say the same thing. Awesome. Thank you. Shout out to all of our sponsors. They're listed on our website. There's so many small businesses, families, individual people that helped give to fund the awards to be able to put this all together. We really would not be able to run a free show without you guys. So unfortunately, I don't have the slide up on here with all of them. I'll try to get that for the next couple shows. But if you see them, if you know them, give them an extra thank you. It makes a huge difference. And as far as upcoming shows, we've got Izzy Deitzler judging our youth large fowl coming up. I want to say that's the 10th. And we've got a couple other shows coming up with the judging. Let me pull up the exact dates. Okay, so our open large fowl then will be the 12th, and that'll be starting at noon. Our open bantam with Dave Anderson will be July 25th at 11. And then youth large fowl will be the 10th at 11. And all of these times are in Eastern Date Time. You can all find them on YouTube or on Facebook. They will be broadcasted live and anyone will be able to watch. They will also be able to be viewed afterwards. I had a bunch of people asking if they can't make it. They're all able to be viewed at any time afterwards. And as far as comments go, if you want to comment, I think you can do it on Facebook Live. I know for sure you can do it on Facebook Live. We have a couple already. You can also go on YouTube and you can comment on YouTube, I believe, and it'll pop up on here. So Ryan will be able to answer any questions. I just ask that if you're commenting, be careful that we try to keep it anonymous between the judges so that they don't know who entered what birds, and that won't be revealed until the very end. So if you are seeing your bird place or you have a comment, please don't indicate that it's your bird. That just keeps that level of separation there and try and keeps any bias out of it. But yeah, with that being said, let's begin the show.
And I'll add to the comment on the comments is if you feel at any time that I'm going too fast, there's some terminology or something that you don't understand, feel free to comment and I'll stop so that we make sure we're all on the same page, because my goal today is to make sure that you guys see what I'm seeing when I'm placing these birds.
Absolutely. And we are planning on taking a break probably around noon or a little after for lunch. I don't have an estimate on how long this will go, but it will probably take quite a bit of time. We have 388 birds to get through, so we have a lot of amazing birds and a lot to go through and see. So, yeah. And I think that's all I have. So, go ahead and take it.
Awesome. So there we go. So we start with a pretty deep class of moderns. I'm just going to go down the line and kind of talk each one when looking at them. Oops, didn't mean to move that one. So we begin by looking at this first bird. Let's see if I can get it pulled up so I can see it better. There we go. This bird right here is the very first one I come to across the day. Tells me that this show is going to be pretty stout. We can see the nice tail angle on this bird, sits real level. This overall stance on this modern birchen here is really nice. As well, if you look out through her breast, you can see the birchen color moving down just slightly above that wing, which is where I like to see it. I would like to see it a little bit darker there, but the really nice feathering and condition on this bird, she almost looks fake in this picture. So that's a good one to start with. Let me see. I have to pull all these up individually so that I can see them better, so just hang tight with me. This next birchen male, I think the picture does it a little bit, a little injustice here, as it is slightly turned away from us, but you can see the overall clean head, clean face, dark black eyes that we like to see, correct leg color. Tail angle's a little bit high, and tail's a little bit open in terms of all the feathers that you can see. I would like to see it a little bit more pinched, so to speak. Also, it gets a little bit deep when looking at the birchen. The birchen overall, when you're going through down through its breastplate, but a nice cockerel or male, because I don't know the age on these when looking at them. So a good way to start with the males. We moved into the third male that you see in the top right of your screen. One that I also think has a little bit high of a tail angle, but I think partially is just the way the picture is taken. It is very hard to judge pictures, so there are some really nice birds in here that don't get done very well, just based on the picture. The birchen lacing goes a little bit deep into the breast, a little towards its keel bone down the middle there. It's a little deep. But I'd rather have too much birchen lacing in the front breast than not enough. So that's not a huge point dock for me. The legs are the correct color. Looks to be in good feather condition. Can't see a ton of color, just the way it's pointed, but that white on the wing right there looks correct in terms of that. We move into the next bird that you see in the bottom left of your screen, that female there. She is one that I think has really good potential. She looks to be young, just based on leg color and overall feathering. I think she has a lot of feathering out left to do. I would like to see her face to be a little darker. It is a little pale here. That could just come with being in the brooder and not having sunlight. The tail angle is a little high. And I'd like to see her legs a little bit darker on this one, but a good one to see when we get out here and move into the future. This next bird that we come to, the one with the wooden background, the male modern birchen, excuse me. We can see it has nice leg color in terms of that dark grayish color. The color on its back, saddle, and hackle feathers look to be correct from this angle that I'm getting. A really nice overall bird, nice tail angle. It's not spread out too much. Its head looks to be a little pale compared to that of maybe another bird or two in here. And that could also be just from being inside and not in the sunlight, because most show birds are kept inside. So that's another tip, is if you have the opportunity to get your bird outside and you have that opportunity, please let your bird get some sunlight. It definitely helps with overall coloring in the head. The next bird we move into, which is in the center bottom of your screen, is another young looking hen. Here we can see that she still lacks a little bit of that lacing throughout her breast, which that'll come with time if she is still young. Once again, her face is a little pale. We'd like to see that a little bit darker around, but a nice black eye, nice tail angle, nice overall type and body shape. So I'm glad to see it on that one. That is another nice hen that we're seeing. The next one we pull up, the picture was taken a little bit bad, as this one didn't want to quite pose, which posing does count for points in a live show. So that's something to be taken into consideration with moderns. is we would like to see these birds in a higher, taller stance. This bird just runs a little downhill. That's just really probably the way it's standing, but she does have a nice dark color to her face. Would like to see a little bit more red in there, though. She also looks to be young. She is lacking that lacing throughout her breast, but a nice bird with good future. I'd like to see her hold her wings a little bit tighter as well. The next bird is in the bottom right corner of your screen, is another male. If you look close enough, you can see that lacing goes almost all the way down to its thigh. And this is an older bird by looking at its spurs. So that means normally over time this lacing will fade out, showing that this bird either had a ton of lacing at one time or he just held his color very well. But the lacing is a little low throughout his breast, almost to his thigh. I'd like to see a little less of that. If you look over the top of his back into his saddle feathers, you can see that there's a little bit of rust color here, showing maybe a little bit of leakage throughout its saddle. That could also be just dirt. He is lacking a few tail feathers. I would like to see those grown back in. I do understand that it's the middle of summer and it's really hot in lots of places. So after looking at this, to me, there's an easy top. This bird that is placed under the third, that is now under the best variety, is easily the best bird to start here with today. That bird is an easy way to start, and she does have all the things that I'm looking for in a bird. There's really not very many bad things to say about that one. We move into the second hole. We see this one with the wooden background. Has really the male. Probably it has the best coloring in terms of just the lacing overall, correct color throughout its back, saddle, and hackle feathers, good stance, good color of the legs. I think it gets a little bit closer for third. It comes down between these two birds in the bottom left of your screen. To me, I think the male's a little bit better just in terms of head color and color across his back. Yes, this is one of the birds that I would like to see maybe a little bit more lacing on when looking at its birchen lacing through its breast. There it is. So I would like to see a little bit less, not more, lacing just a little bit less on there, but he's in third spot. Like I said, it comes down between these two. I think the bird in fourth is just maybe a little bit younger than that of the bird in third, needing some more time. The bird that I choose to go next is going to be this female, if I can get a hold of her. This female right here, that is under the fifth spot now. I think this bird is younger than the four birds in front of her. I think she just needs a little bit more time to mature and maybe work on that stance and position. Maybe needs a little bit of sunlight to work with there. It comes down to these last three. I think this male right here, I'm going to put under the best variety, is going to be your sixth place bird. I think this picture does him a little injustice when looking at it, just the way that the angle is turned. I'm going to go ahead and use this male next. Even though he does have a little bit of feathers lacking, his overall type and body and condition is better than that of this pullet that comes in next. It's going to be the youngest one probably in the class, but I think this is one of the classes that the top sorts itself pretty easy, but between those top two, but then the rest get pretty close. So that is what we got for the best of variety silver birchens.
And adding on to that, for those that you can't see it, but Ryan is able to actually go and view the video, all of the images. He's able to blow them up and see them full size, as well as get to like the exact thing that was shared, the size of the photo that was shared. So when he's talking about some of these things that may be harder to see on the video, that's what he's doing. And I can try and blow up some of those from my end so you can see those as well.
Yes. So I'm actually going through, and while I'm talking, I'm blowing these pictures up so that I can see them a little bit better. Give me just 1 second to finish blowing these up as they are loading. This next class, just overall looking at them, you can tell the overall quality of birds that we're going to see here today. I understand that there's moderns that are really high quality moderns in here. There is one that keeps jumping out at me, and I am going to go ahead and move it in just a second. I'm almost out of space. So we're going to talk this bird that comes in first. Before I move it, I'm just going to talk him. Maybe you'll see the one that I'm talking about. This bird is a male, has excellent coloring, great stance, nice tight wings. There's a little bit of coloring in the top of his wings that I would like to see toned down just a little bit, and maybe a smoother transition from the two colors. The tail, I think, on this bird sits really, really nice. It's a nice level bird. He does run uphill just a little bit, like we like to see. Nice dark red face and a really nice dubbing job done. And that is going to be this red pile bird. I don't think it takes a lot of time. So I think that this bird, the red pile male, easily sorts his way to the top, as he is one of the top birds in this class. As he is going to go ahead and win the best all other varieties. I think this bird is an excellent bird, and I would not mind sticking this bird picture in the standard. I think this one is of that high quality when looking. So then we move into just, we're going to talk about the line now. We have this lemon blue color bird, which is really nice. Give me just 1 second to grab my standard to make sure I'm correct on that. Modern game, Bantam. And that is another thing, is if you ever have the opportunity to judge or go through, I recommend, never hurts to use your standard, even though sometimes judges don't do it. I think it's the best if you forget something to look at. So I did not know that. Lemon blue is actually an approved color. So when looking at this bird that you see, he is between the 3rd and 4th spot on your screen. You can see this bird is a little bit older. He does have longer spurs on him, so I would consider this one a cock bird. You can also tell by his feet, just the overall condition of those. He has a nice color throughout his body. On his thighs, he is missing a few feathers, and you can see that under fluff. I would like to see that filled back in, but I think that just comes with time, maybe when it's not so hot. So this bird actually has really good face coloring with the dark cherry red, but since it is a lemon blue sport, it is called for mulberry coloring. Not a sport, I'm correct. Since it is a lemon blue modern, it calls for mulberry, so we'd like to see this bird have a little bit darker around his face. His eyes have a little bit of brown around the outside. You can't quite see that on that bird in that picture, but I have it blown up on my screen. And you can see that has a little bit of that brownish around the outside. Their eyes call for black. I would like to see that just a little bit better, but overall color is nice, good, clean transitions from that yellow back into that blue slate color. So an overall really nice bird to move on there. The next bird we come to is going to be the bird in the cage, the other lemon blue. I think this bird lacks the overall coloring that the bird in front did. This bird does have an overall better head structure, though. When looking, it calls the head on a male is called to be long, lean, and bony. I think this bird is the perfect example of that, as this bird does have a long head from the tip of its beak to the back of its head. It is a long head. He has a nice dark eye with a little bit darker, not quite mulberry color around his face, but I think he does lack color in terms of that bird that was in front of him. Nice leg color, though. Like to see a little bit cleaner transition from the yellow back into its wings with the blue. So there is that blue bird, lemon blue. The next bird we come to is in the right hand of your screen. I think this bird is very similar to the Birchen that we use overall for the overall Birchen spot. Also a lemon blue here. You can see there's nice lacing on this bird, but working its way up. Has really nice leg color. Make sure I'm correct on that. Toes and shanks are called to be black, and this bird has the best leg color in terms of that. Would like to see a little bit more of that color back down to the top of its breast. So like where its neck ends, you can kind of see that the yellow ends a little bit short of the end of its neck. I would like to see that one a little bit better, but definitely an overall nice bird. It does have that mulberry color if you're looking for that, as well as the dark black eye, long, lean, and bony head. This is a nice bird that is a lemon blue. We move into the bird in your bottom left corner. This bird's a little bit pale in the face. I would like to see this one a little bit darker in terms of the face color. Its face needs to be that dark mulberry color as well. Its condition is a little bit out here. You can tell it looks like it's maybe been in a breeding pen, just the way the tail is conditioned, as well as those saddle feathers. The legs are the correct color. Its toes do turn in a little bit and are chicken-footed. This is something that gets overlooked quite a bit, but I think is important when looking at the structure of the bird. But not a bad typed bird. I think she's maybe a little bit older and was in the breeding pen, and I definitely understand that as it is breeding season. The next bird we move into is the bird you see that is going to be caged. It's under the bottom right of that bird that got blown up. There we go. This bird, I think, has, first off, whoever dubbed this bird did an excellent job keeping it close to the head, as on the comb, as well as the I'm blanking, wattles. The wattles and the comb did a really nice job cutting that down close and clean. Bird that I would like to see stand a little bit taller, a little cleaner when coming into that color transition from that blue back to that red color. Also more even color. You can see there's like a yellow. Part of it's sunlight, part of it is not. You can see that yellowish orange color on his neck, but then it goes into a dark red on his wingtips. Bird that has the tail a little bit too high. It's black, actually. The sun is throwing it off. So that's actually a black breasted bird. We can see, I'd like to see his legs a little bit darker when looking at those, but a really nice, clean dubbing job. I'm really impressed with that. The next bird we move into is going to be the bird on the green turf. That looks to be a lemon blue as well. One bird that looks a little bit older just based on leg color and her comb. You can see it's a little bit old and worn out. Her face is that dark mulberry color, but it's starting to get light with age. Her eyes not as dark as we would like to see. Her earlobe is blue, and it should be, when looking at the standard under the lemon blue, the earlobe should be mulberry. So this bird is lacking in the correct color there. Correct breast lacing. Would like to see that go down, like I said, back to the bottom of its neck. But an overall nicely well-laced bird. You can see on the blues sometimes it gets smudgy. In the top of her wings it's smudgy, but blues are a really hard color. Good overall bird there. The next bird we look at is going to be the bird with the wooden background in the cage, which is a silver. That is an odd color. So it's going to be a silver blue. Oh, there we go. I can see it now. Oh, wow. This bird right here is nice. This bird has really, really good coloring. You can see down through its breast. A bird that has good lacing. It does go to the end of its neck. I'd like to see her head up just a little bit more in the posing picture. She has nice tight wings, a nice tight tail, as well as a good stance when looking at her from the side. The silver blue calls for dark red approaching mulberry. This is pretty good example of dark red. The picture doesn't do it very good, but you can see dark red approaching mulberry. You can see that from my end. A nice comb. Lots of times we forget about those on the females of the modern games. She also has that long, bony, and lean head. This bird right here is a really, really nice example of a modern, what a modern should look like. It calls for, I'm going to get really picky on this bird, a black beak. I'd like to see the end of its beak just a little bit darker there, but this could also come with age. This bird does look to be younger in this picture, but a really nice silver blue female there. The next bird we move into also has that background, the wooden background. The female, yes. I think this bird has really, really nice leg coloring, working our way from the bottom up, has nice leg coloring, good color. This bird looks to be in a little more better condition than the previous bird that I was talking about condition-wise. This bird, good tail angle, good stance. I'd like to see around her eyes just a little bit darker. I would presume that this pullet's maybe young and maybe this year's hatch. So I'd like to see those eyes a little bit darker black, but as well as around her eye to be a little bit more red. The standard calls on those for bright red, so it is a little bit dull around her eye. Let's move on to the next bird. The bird that you see in the bottom right corner here. Let me get it pulled up. Oh, that's not good. Hold on one second. It's not pulling up. There we go. The next bird we see pull up is in the bottom right corner. A really, really nice male here. You can see this bird also has a really clean cut on his dubs. He has that bright cherry red. When you move down through his color, he has good coloring overall. There is a little bit in the top of his wing here that's black that I would like to see a little bit more red. But a good transition on his neck from that red back down into that black color. This bird also looks to be a little bit younger. His thighs look to be maybe wet or were wet. Would like to see those cleaned up before a show. Getting really particular about these birds, looking back through a saddle feather, something that maybe you can't see, but I can. These saddle feathers, when you get back into its tail, are supposed to be almost laced with the yellowish color on the outside, but leaving the black on the inside. That bird shows a few feathers that have really good examples there, but is lacking in a little bit. There's also a lot of fluff shown in the top of its tail back into that orange. I would like to see that maybe just a little bit less fluff shown there, but that is a really nice bird, and I can't wait to see what that thing can do in the future. So now moving back into it, this class gets a little bit harder than the Birchen. I think that red pile easily tops it, but when I looked back through these ahead of today, I thought I had an idea of what I was going to do, but then this silver blue hen really hit me today as a bird that is overall has really good type, color, and shape to her. Not mean to move that. Type, color, and shape to her. I would like to see that bird maybe just stand up a little bit taller, and that bird is really, really close to that bird that comes in front of her. The red pile there. I would like to, I'm going to blow this picture up just a little bit so we can see it a little better. Those two birds right there are really, really, really good examples of a modern game, and I'm glad to see those here today. The next bird, I think the next spot it comes close down between that lemon blue and Bree. I think you have the bird in the bottom right corner locked. Wait, I might be able to undo it.
Let me double check.
I can't. It's not letting me move it.
Perfect.
There we go. So I think it does come closer down between these two here. I think that it is important to remember we're looking for every little quality, so I'm actually going to blow these back up one more time for me to see. I think it gets that close between the birds. It also comes down to preference. I also understand that it is hard to get a colored bird correct. So while I wait on these to load, I think if you have a good colored bird versus a good solid colored bird such as black or white, I think the colored bird should have a little bit of preference over that, as the colored birds are really hard to get that way. This is close. So we're going to just re-examine these with the dark black legs on the lemon blue, good silver, good lacing on those, a good slate gray. Blue might be just a little dark. This one has a better colored head than the bird, than the male bird, and maybe a little bit better coloring. So I'm going to go ahead and use the female in the third spot today, and the male in the fourth spot. I think all four of these top birds, and even some of these that are still on the bottom, are excellent examples of the breed. So the next bird I think we're going to use when looking at it is, let me make sure this is the correct one. Just loading, there we go. I think it comes down to condition onto where this bird stood. I think that this one, if it was conditioned a little better, might have the better chance. But I'm going to go ahead and use this lemon blue male to be in 5th. I think this bird has good type, color, and shape to him. I'm going to go ahead and move these down. I'm going to place all 10. When looking at them, we're going to use this female to be next. I think she is in the best condition today. When looking at her, I think it shows condition is important as well as type. So when it comes down to it, I'd like to see a bird that's maybe a little better conditioned and ready to show that day. So that bird is going to be next. There's a bird here that I think gets a little overlooked, which is this lemon blue female right here. If she would have taken a picture a little bit better, that bird would have been in contention to be moved up to 3 or 4 spot. She does have good coloring to her body. She's an older hen and is held together really well in her type. So I'm glad to see that bird there. I'm going to go ahead and use this male next. I think it's a black-breasted red. Right there in the middle. I think this bird, if it would have stand a little bit better, could definitely moved up some spots. Because if you stand up, then his tail is going to drop a little bit, and we're going to be able to see how his tail angle actually sits. I'm going to leave these last 2 birds as they are, with the female in the 9th spot and the male in the 10th spot. This male is a nice male. I think his picture is not taken very well, as he is squatted down a little bit. And I would like to see his color just a little bit better throughout his wings and moving back up into his neck. But the female that comes in 9th, I think is one that with time will be really, really good. I'd like to see her face just a little bit darker and her comb straighten up when looking at it. So that is what I got on those. The 2 that come in first. Bree, can you go ahead and move all the first 4 over to the breed?
Absolutely. I pulled the top 3 from both, so I'll just add the 4th in really quick. And they should be in order. So on your best of breed here, you've got 1st in the 1st spot for both, 2nd, 3rd, and then here's your 4th.
Oh, wait, there we go. I was confused. Okay, we're good. Oh, wow. So first off, to everybody that entered Modern Games, congratulations, because these 7 birds you see here could all go to a show and do really, really well. So I'm glad to see that. I think it comes down to the top 2 today. Come down to the female of the Birchen and obviously the red pile male. So I'm going to have to do a little bit more digging on those to see if I got everything looked at. Sometimes it's important to go back over birds 2, 3, 4 times to make sure that you're not missing something, especially when it gets this close. You'll want to see something very minor and small in that bird. The Birchen female is in excellent condition. If I was to hold a picture of the standard up, you can see the female on there looks just like her. I think this one that has really, really good overall type and color to her. The lacing on her breast goes down just about to where it needs to be when looking at the silver Birchen. I want to make sure I'm correct on this. Oh, well, it's going to be in the standard just as Birchen. The standard calls for the comb, face, wattles, and earlobe to be mulberry. That is mulberry as mulberry gets. Beak to be black. I'd like to see her beak black a little bit more out to the tip, but that's getting really hard on a really, really good bird. Its eyes are supposed to be black. That bird has really, really black eyes. I'm glad to see that. The shanks and toes are supposed to be black, so this bird has really, really good coloring everywhere. The Birchen standard calls for that lacing to go down to the middle of its breast. I'm glad to see that. When looking at the bird in the bottom left corner, the red pile, Make sure I'm correct on that. It calls for the comb, face, and wattles to be bright red. That's a bright cherry red. Its eyes are supposed to be red. This bird has a little bit dark eyes in the center. Maybe like to see that just a little bit smaller in red, but yes, I do understand that is the pupil and that they're always going to be black. Shanks and toes are called to be yellow. Those are really yellow. You can also see maybe if Bree, could you blow that picture up for them so they could see that red pile male on the legs? You can see there is a red line that extends from the hock down to the bottom of its foot. And lots of times people think that's an issue. It's actually really good. That shows fertility and there's good blood flow and circulation down on its legs. So I'm going to go back and actually look on my book to look at the red pile, as I'm not as familiar with that as I am the Birchen. So it calls for the head to be plumage, the head plumage to be bright orange. It is a little bit, oh, that's just the picture. There we go. This bird does have that bright orange color that you're going to see in the top of its head. Moving down to its hackle, it's going to be a brilliant light orange, which you can see in the back of its hackle there. It's free from dark stripping or tipping. You can see that there is no dark in there at all. So we are free and good of that. The front of neck should be white. I would like to see that white go up a little bit more in terms of the front of the neck to be white, but the good clean color transition there. Some blending of very light orange is allowed, but since it's not there, we don't even have to worry about that. The back is supposed to be rich red with some luster. It is rich red with a little bit of luster. The saddle moves down to the brilliant light orange, free from the stripping or tipping. Striping. I said stripping. Striping. You can see that it is free of both of that, and it does match the hackle very well. Nicely. When you get to the end of there, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of like a ticking type color in the tail. That could also just be dirt or fly poop of anything of that kind. The wings, shoulders, and front should be white. Front and shoulders are white. The main tail should be white. It is white. Sickles, lesser sickles and coverts, white with some luster. You can kind of see that some of those are orange. It's not too big of a deal. When looking at the wings, the shoulders and fronts are white. Coverts are going to be pure white. That does have a little bit of red in there. I'm getting really picky on an awfully good one. The secondaries, which we can't pull them apart, the white part of the outer web forming the wing bay rich red. So he is lacking the correct color a little bit in those wings, but something I think's being awfully picky of a good one. It comes down, it gets really close. I think the best of breed today is going to be this modern Birchen female, one that I think is an outstanding example of the breed and one that we should always be looking for. Then the second bird is going to be this red pile bird. I think one that is really, really nice. Overall, I think it gets closer for third, as I do really like this silver modern here, as well as the Birchen. I'm going to go ahead and use this silver one that I think has a little bit better coloring in her overall stature. The next bird I'm going to use will be the lemon blue one here, that other female. Another bird that I think exhibits really, really good type and overall structure. I do think that it gets a little bit closer when we get down to fifth. This Birchen male here. I'm going to go ahead and use the black-breasted for sixth and this Birchen for seventh in the breed. But I think that seventh place bird has potential to go and do really good things as it does get older. So a really good way to start the show in the modern game best of breed class. Okay, let me get this pulled over.
Do you want the top best game?
Hold on, I pulled the slide. Okay, there we go. If I can move it like that. Oh, I see. We're on to the Birchen Old English, right?
Mm-hmm. As
Okay.
far as moderns, because the only two breeds we have for games are Modern and Old English. Do you want the top 3, top 4, move to the best of breed?
Oh, we probably need to take 4. Go ahead and take 4.
Okay,
Those
good.
Those top 4 are really nice. Let me go ahead and flip my standard over to the Old English. Lots of times. Oh yes, Jessica. Absolutely. I like going through and being able to see exactly what the standard calls for and talks about. Here we go. Here it is. As that is what we're basing it off of, so it is important that we remember to reference what we're looking at. Let's see. So I'm not going to go through and pull all these birds up. I do think that anything so far, it looks like the ones with the purple background look to be maybe younger than the rest of them. Maybe a this year's hatch or the way that they mature, probably in March. These are probably, really, really young birds overall when looking at them. There is the bird. Hold on. I lost my board link. I can't see them. I can only see one bird.
Give me a second. Go ahead. If you're getting an issue with the Miro thing, that's the platform we're using. We're using, for everyone watching, we're using Miro, which is an online whiteboard website. You can go ahead and click the frame forward and backward if you're having an issue with the frame, and it should get
There
you
we
back.
go.
Okay.
It's back. I think I accidentally exited out the wrong tab.
That happens.
Hold on just one second. They're all going to load now. It'll take just a second to get all these pulled back up. But I can see it is the bird second from the left that has the purple background that I think maybe is an older bird in terms of the age on the birds. Pull this back up. Why is this not loading? Okay, so give me just 1 second.
You can go ahead and blow them up straight on that slide too, and then people
What's
are able
that?
to, like, you can click on the slide
yes.
and blow that up. Then people can see which one you're emphasizing a little bit.
Okay, so when looking at it, I think that this one, the Birchen class here, is not as hard. It's not as tough, not hard. These are all nice birds, as the birds that came in the Birchen Moderns. I think that's just the way the show fell today. Oh my gosh. When looking at it, I think there's 2 to me that really stand out in terms of type as well as color. The bird that maybe lacks a little bit of conditioning today is going to be this bird with the white background. Lacks conditioning. Its tail is a little bit high, but one that has nice color. Here, we move into this bird that I just talked and this bird. These 3 females, I think, all have potential to be first. But I'm going to go ahead and start with the bird that's going to come later in this class. I'm going to assume that all of these birds that we are looking at are going to be cockerels, the 2 males at least, because they both have their combs, and that would be a disqualification if they are over, I don't remember what it is. Yes. So if it's a cockerel, it's okay if it's not dubbed. A cockbird needs to be dubbed. If not, it'll be a disqualification. Another disqualification is a cock dubbed in a manner that leaves no semblance of a comb. So if you cut it all the way flush to its head, that's going to be a disqualification. A cockbird without spurs is also a disqualification, or a cockerel with no semblance of spurs. So same thing if it's not there. If they dub it in a way that the comb's not there, or they cut the spurs off in a way that they're not there, those are both disqualifications. And an undubbed cockerel after November 1st. So lots of times, this is what I was getting at. Lots of times we see the big shows. This year, I don't think it does fall that way, but like the Ohio National, if you are going to shows in the South that I'm familiar with, such as the Mega Show or Heart of the Ozarks, any of those shows, Shawnee, the ABA National this year at the Oklahoma Poultry Federation, these birds would be a disqualification because it is after November 1st. They would have been hatched this year. So make sure if you're going to show those in person that we get the combs cut off. But since it is not yet November 1, we're not even going to take the combs into consideration. We're looking strictly for type and color here. The bird that you see in the bottom center here I really like, but you can't see it. But if you zoom in on your computer or see the source of this, there's a little bit of brown resemblance in her wings, and I don't like that. So she's actually going to get pulled back up out of here. There is another bird that I think is a little young. This bird in the bottom left corner is going to be our best of variety. A bird that I think is a nice way to start the class. She is young. I'd like to see her a little bit better, but has nice color and good shape. I'd like to see a little bit more feathers in her tail, but that comes with time. The next bird is going to be this female with the shavings underneath her. A bird that's tail's a little high but has nice color overall. Would like to see a little better condition. That might help in terms of her placing. I'm going to use this female next. I think one that, once again, has her tail set a little high, but has better coloring than that female that is here. You do have to get picky. Lots of people always say type over color, but when neither type, in my opinion, is perfect, it's going to come down to closer to color, as this bird does have quite a bit of brown in her wings. That might also just come with age and sun. Am I moving the screen? I think I am.
That's in the background, trying to get names and everything written down. So.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to use that female to be next. That has the brown. I don't know why I'm highlighting everything. Is fourth. So there we go. Now I can move it. Okay, perfect. The bird that comes in fourth, I think, needs a little bit better wing color. She has a little bit of brown in there. The next bird, it just comes down to overall color and type. Both birds that I think have potential are both really young. But this bird that I'm going to move into the fifth hole, it has better color than that of the bird in the sixth spot, as that bird does have a little bit excessive white when looking at its hackle, back, and feathers. These birds both do need to be dubbed before November 1 if you are showing them this year. So now we're going to move on to our black Old English. And looking at these, I think there's a pair that moves to the top pretty easily for me. It's going to be that one. And then when looking at it, the dub job on the bird in the second hole, I think, might have a little bit better type than the bird that I'm going to move up, which is going to be this bird right here. That bird's comb is just a little bit off in terms of the dubbing job on it, as well as its tail sits a little bit high. But I do think there is a bird that comes to the top pretty easily here. She has the best type, shape, and color to her overall. This is a bird that has good head color. It's supposed to be a dark cherry red with a dark eye. That's a really nice bird. Would like to see that one maybe standing still instead of on the move and make it have a little bit taller stature to it. The bird that comes in second is going to have the best color type. Is lacking a little bit of condition in its tail and the tip of its wing feathers, but good color. Would like to see its eye a little bit darker when looking at it. And when it comes to the next one, I'm going to go ahead and use this male here. His comb is a little bit wacky due to the dub job, but nothing crazy. The next one, it comes down to preference. I think this female right here is nice. I think she's lacking the head color and maybe a few of those gamey characteristics that we see. She also looks large in that picture, but that could just be the picture that is given. The next female here looks to be a little uncomfortable with the flooring. Her tail sits straight up in the air. Would like to see that level back down just a little bit. as the standard does call for a 45-degree angle above horizontal, and that is about double that. So I'd like to see that tail come back down a little bit. Yeah. Breed, just those first two can move on to the best of breed.
Sounds good. I've been adding 2 from the last as well. And for the all other variety,
Yes.
go ahead and just place the top 5. You don't have to place all of them.
Okay, so wow, there's a lot here. So I'm going to do a lot of moving and looking. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull out about 5 or 6 that I think are good things of the breed. Then we'll go through and talk each and every one of them. Okay, so there is a bird in here I think should catch everybody's eye pretty quick. And we're going to move them up here on top of the birds that that male should catch everybody's eye pretty quick. It's also just a blue background, gives it a good pop and look. This wheaten female here, this other male. I think there is the spangled male you see in the center of your screen below that blue is one that's nice, just a little bit young. Would like to see that one finish out and mature a little bit better. Just trying to zoom in and out and find a few that I really like. Go ahead and move this bird up here to the top. And the ones at the top are in no particular order. Ooh. Here's a silver duckwing that I think is really nice. I'd like to see those wings held just a little bit higher, but getting really picky. Here's another silver duckwing female that I like, her overall stature and look on. And that bird right there. Okay, so the rest of these, I'm going to go ahead and bump down. Lots of them today, I'll just go from this way. I'll blow them up too. So this bird right here that I blew up in the top left corner, sorry, Bree, if I'm messing with your stuff. I would like to see her have a little bit more tail width when looking at it. One that I think has potential, just maybe looks a little bit young today. The male here, I think, is a little bit tall for what I'm looking for, as well as lacks a little bit of the color characteristics that we like to see in the Old English breed. I think the Old English is a breed that is an exceptional breed that always has really, really good ones. So if you're going to go to a show, make sure that you have the absolute best that you can take. Looking at this Creole colored one here, kind of in the center of your screen. One that I think lacks tail feathers, is decently colored. We'd like to see a little bit better dub job on this bird, as it does look to be a little crooked, but that's getting awfully particular. This, what looks to be a lemon blue female here in the center. Would like to see more time and age on this bird. Good coloring throughout its neck. Maybe would like to see a little bit better lacing in the bird and not so many smudgy spots. I think I already talked to this spangled male. This bird right here, I think it comes down to a little bit better condition, as well as the picture angle doesn't do it very well. And I'm not able to see the full potential of that bird. But one with a better picture I'd like to see moved on later. Oh, hold on one second. We already talked to these, but I'm just going to bump them down so that we can see. We already talked this one. Yeah, that's that Creole male. the blue female right in the center of your screen that's kind of being moved around. That bird, I think, exhibits nice qualities of a bird in the Old English class. Tail sits a little bit high. It's supposed to be at a 45-degree angles, and that one's sitting about 80, so it's a little bit high there. There's a little bit of brown color in her wings. And throughout the blue, I'd like to see that cleaned up just a little bit in order to move her up into the placings today. This Creole female here, I'd like to see her tail feathers spread out just a little bit. One that I think could pose a little bit better when looking at it. She does have the correct beak color. I'd like to see her eyes and earlobes to be that bright red like the standard calls for. The standard also calls for red eyes. This bird has more of a brown colored eye to her, but getting picky in a deep class. Slide that one there. I'm kind of going out of order, so if I miss one that you're watching, just tell me which bird, and I can describe it down for you. The bird in the bottom left corner with the wooden background and the towel underneath it, I'd like to see this bird have a little bit more body to it. I think this is one that gets a little level backed and maybe gets a little high in its tail spread. When looking at the spangled with the purple background, a young bird that I think has time to fill out will be really, really good. A little pale around the face in terms of the spangled. Calls for a bright red, and the standard self blue is a little bit light throughout its breast and top of its wings. Correct coloring around its head, though. Also calls for a bright red in its face and maybe a little bit dark in terms of that. Would like to see its tail finish out just a little bit better, though. The male you see here with the wire background that's next to that self blue on the bottom, I think it's almost the bottom right. No, it is not anywhere near the bottom right. Right in the center of your screen with the black on the top and bottom. A bird that I think carries its wings a little low. I really like the tail spread on that, a little bit too much fluff in the top of its tail. A good dub job overall on the bottom part. Is cut really nicely. So an overall nice bird there. Like I said, this class is really deep. The bird you see dead center of your screen, that is going to be moved up just a little bit so you can tell which one I'm talking about, is a nice bird. I think he lacks color in his head, wings a little low, but lacks a little bit of color in his wings and his hackle and his saddle feathers there. I'm going to go ahead and move this spangled female up. The self blue male, I'm getting ahead of myself. There's one male here. I'm going to blow up just a little bit so that we can see him. I think he lacks a little bit of the Bantam, Old English Bantam traits that we're looking for. He has overall a good even color across him except for that breast. Tail's not quite finished out, but a bird that is a nice bird there. It could also just be the picture angle when looking at these. Let me get these pulled up so where I have room. I already talked about that blue. The self blue here, you can see that the picture angle there is weird, so I would like to see that one just a little bit better in terms of type and shape in that bird. I'm going to put this bird here. We talked to this one. We talked to this one. This one. The bird that is beneath that silver duck wing there looks to be, let me make sure I'm right. Yes, that's what I thought it was. A ginger red. Its beak is the correct color. His face is a little bit light as it does call for a bright red. Shanks and toes are a medium shade of slaty blue, and you can see that the shanks and toes are not the correct color for that breed. The next bird we see here Lacks a little bit of the overall even color, not quite enough tail spread, and his face gets a little bit pale today. The next bird that we move up here is lacking a little bit of the color, has too much cream and not enough blue when you go down between his top of his feathers, shoulder, and his hackle feathers. Good lacing on those saddle feathers, though. Maybe a young bird, like to see more tail in that bird. The bird that is left here, which is a blue wheaten, is what it looks like. A blue wheaten has a light horn beak, which is the correct color. Its earlobes and face are all the right thing. The correct color overall, one that needs a little bit more tail, and I'd like to see the top of those tail feathers just go over a little bit more. So now we're going to, when looking at these, I think there's two birds, this wheaten and this male, that really stand out to me as birds that have potential and opportunity to win this class, as well as the breed. So when we're looking at these, we're going to get really picky of awfully good ones. So this is actually what looks to be a blue wheaten. Let me make sure I'm correct on that. I'm waiting for my picture to pull up here. Yeah, here we go. So we can see throughout its top of its tail, it has the correct back structure, has that nice swoop from its hackle down to its back into the top of its saddle feathers. If you zoom in really closely at the top of its back feathers, tail feathers there, you can see that the ends are tipped off just a little bit. We would like to see those just conditioned up a little bit better and a little dirty, but one that's probably in the breeding pen like it should be right now. Good color. Let me flip to the back real quick. So the wheaten female calls for a rich wheaten color in its head, which we do see that, can't see as well. Like I said, in the breeding pen, probably outside in the sun, getting a little bit faded. The hackle needs to be a lustrous medium shade of the wheaten. You can see that it does get lighter, so that is that medium shade. The front and neck needs to be creamy white. That is an excellent definition of that. I'd like to see it go up just a little bit more, as it is so close, though, to being one of the better colored birds. The back needs to be a creamy wheaten, and you can also tell that that is correct on this bird, a bird that shows that wheaten color but is not dark wheaten and is not a light wheaten. It is a creamy. The tail, the main tail, is supposed to be oh wait, this is a blue wheaten, excuse me. Give me just 1 second. Hold on. There we go. Back to the correct tail color. The tail should be the main tail should be a light blue, outer edge webbed with wheaten. You can kind of see it starting to get there, maybe not enough today to be perfect, but that is what we're striving for. The top two feathers are stippled with light wheaten. You can see that maybe she's lacking the top one on this side. We can kind of tell on the back side that she does have that light wheaten color, but an overall a really nice bird. The way she holds and carries herself is excellent. In the Old English breed, like I said, it's a breed that's really hard to perfect, but there are some really, really good ones out there, and I think that's important when looking at them. The wings are carried above the lower thigh, and I think those are an excellent example of that. So a really nice one there. But so, like I said, it comes down to those two. The male is black-breasted red. I think one that carries himself very, very well. His tail is a little bit high. I would like to see his tail sit just a little bit lower. The standard, to be specific, calls for 45 degrees above horizontal. That bird is just a little bit tall-tailed, but really nice color. It shows a little bit too much fluff for me on the top of his tail feathers, where his saddle and his tail connect. But one that I shows a lot of potential moving forward. I'm going to go ahead and use the female to win today, a bird that I think has a lot of potential, and I can't wait to see what she does when it gets deeper into show season this year. Like I said, this male is going to be second, one that I think shows a lot of good attributes when looking at the birds overall. I think it's a little bit closer when looking at him here. I think there is this bird up top that is the black-breasted Old English male. I think has a really good potential overall. Since he is the most finished out today, I'm going to go ahead and use him in the third spot. Some of these other birds could catch him if he was just if they were finished out just a little bit more. It does get a little bit closer when we get down to fourth and fifth place. There is a silver duckwing male here that I think is really nice. I'd like to see him finish out just a little bit better and hold his wings just ever so slightly higher. He is not going to place today. We're going to go ahead and bump him back down. I want to run up her. Place this male down there. Then I think, like I said, it gets a little bit closer for fourth and fifth here. This bird here, I think, shows a lot of qualities when looking at an Old English breed, one that has a lot of potential. I think she's still really young based on her face and her feet coloring. Then we move into the silver duckwing here, one that doesn't hold herself quite as well and is lacking a little bit of tail feathers, but a good silver duckwing there. Moving up into the spangled, one that holds her tail just a little bit higher and doesn't want to stand up quite as well today. Then we have the black Wheaton, a bird that I think lacks a few of the color qualities based on these two birds. So I'm actually going to go ahead and use this silver duckwing in fifth and the ginger red here in fourth. And we're going to go ahead and make sure I get these put back in the correct spot. So go ahead, Bree, and you can go ahead and take the top three on them too, if that is good with you. Then we're going to go ahead and move those on to best of breed.
I've got all. Is there any other you're looking for best of breed? The top bird is on the top bird for each variety is on the top with the second underneath.
Okay. Go ahead and bring the fourth AOV over.
Okay. I can do that.
Please. And we look to all be there. Like she said, the ones on these three are in contention for that first place spot in the Old English breed. I think that there's one here that just shows excellent examples of what the breed should look like, and a bird that I would love to have if I had an Old English flock. It's going to be this blue Wheaton here is going to be our first place bird. One that I think shows a lot of potential. When looking at it, I think it gets a little bit closer for second as to which ones to use. I really like this male here, as well as that black female. I'm going to go ahead and use this male. I think it, like I said, it's harder to get that color correctly. I think this bird shows a little too much tail spread in terms of the black bird, but she can go ahead and be our third. Our fourth place is going to go back down into this male here, one that didn't picture as well, but has nice color, good angles to everything about him. And then we're going to go ahead and use this bird here as our fourth place. And then probably go 5, 6, 7, and 8. That is a deep Old English, and it's getting awfully hard on a few of those birds that are going to be really, really nice birds moving into the future. So while she is moving those over, if anybody has any questions, feel free to drop those down in the comments real quick. And if I have time, I can answer a few when looking at them. I think we are ready to move on. If you have any questions, just feel free to drop them down. So when looking at these, the first, all of them are excellent examples of what the breed should look like in terms of the moderns and the Old English. I think there is a bird today that just really stands itself out from the rest, a bird that is one that is just pure eye candy to look at, a bird that I can't see getting beat. Let me make sure that is correct on the standard real quick. A bird that I think has a lot of potential to go win and be successful at any level that you would want to take this bird to. And I'm going to go ahead and use this Birchen Modern to be the best of class. That's a bird that I think has the best type, color. This bird is just a clean overall looking bird. She's clean in the picture. She has really, really nice type. Her feather condition is excellent. A bird that I would like to see. Actually would like to see that bird in person in order to get a better look at that bird. But that is a freak of a modern. The next bird that I'm going to use, I do think it gets closer for second between these two birds here. I think that male shows such excellent color, type, and shape to him that I couldn't see myself not using him. So I'm going to go ahead and use him in our second hole. So the modern is going to take first and second, and that Old English is going to be third. That's a really, really nice female there. Just one that I think overall has the best qualities in terms of type and shape compared to that of her other Old English counterparts. Like I said, the next one gets close between this male and this silver blue female here. I think that this bird here, like I said, with the black, this bird is clean, in good condition, and that applies to both of them. Both birds that are excellent in terms of shape and size. But for me today, I'm going to have to go ahead and use this Old English male, and that female is going to be fifth. I think the Old English male is standing a little bit better in that picture. Hold its wings up tight and high like they should. Tail just a little bit high. That female there, the lemon blue one, is going to be sixth in class. That's a bird that shows good, excellent qualities. Seventh and eighth. I think that lemon blue that's in sixth is a really, really good example of the breed. So I'm glad to see all of those birds be able to make it to the end. So that is the end of our game class.
Yeah, moving on. Congrats everyone for best of game. If you did, you could probably see on some of the slides there was a tab for ribbons. So any slide that has a tab in that upper right corner will be receiving a ribbon for best of breed. As well as class champion receives rosettes and certificates. So if you are class champion, I will be emailing you at the end of the show. And again, same thing as before. If you see your bird starting to place, or you've got comments or questions on a bird, please don't comment that it's your bird specifically. We're still trying to keep that separation between judge and bird and the exhibitors. So, but yeah, as always, feel free to ask more questions. Love to see them. And we're on to single comb clean legged.
Yes, so we start with a best of breed Orpingtons. We have 5 black Bantam Orpingtons here, and I'm actually really glad to see that because there are 2 in here that I think are excellent examples. Well, there's 3 that are excellent examples of the breed. The one that I think really should stick out to everyone is this bird right here with the shavings underneath her. It looks like maybe she's been trimmed up or isn't as full in that rear right there as maybe I'd like to see her, but a bird that I think has good face color. She is a little pale, but not crazy. As you can see, she looks to be maybe in a breeding pen. One that has overall condition. I would like to see more leg and shank on her because if you do go through the standard, there is a spot under under the breed name that says something that, not on all of them, but some that say specific things about the breed. So the Orpington actually has one. It says the overall appearance of the Orpington Bantam should be one of massiveness, which should not be accompanied with excessively long feathers. You can see that bird does not have crazy long feathers, just short, tight, neat bird. The sides of the body should be relatively straight with full but not profuse feathering. You can see that those feathers there are full, but they're not crazy everywhere. But then it says feathers should have a slight tendency to conceal approximately 1/4 of the shank. We see that maybe this bird's not standing up, but it shows a little less shank than we would like to see there. The next birds, it gets a little bit closer between this bird and the bird right beneath it. Today, I'm going to go ahead and use this bird here, one that I think has good overall color, shape. She has a nice green sheen to her with none of the purple lacing that we see sometimes in the blacks. A bird that has a really nice head. Would like to see a little less feathering on her face, as it does call for so a feathering on the lower portion, but not this upper portion right here. So I'd like to see this a little more bare with a few more feathers down there. Good tail angle. In terms of it's supposed to be 25 degrees above even, and if even is flat, that's going to be about 25, 30, so that's a good bird in terms of its tail. The next bird, I think I'd like to see a little bit more of her legs. I know that she's probably sitting on grass, but it looks to me like maybe her legs are covered a little too much. Her face is a little dark in a few spots, but it does have the correct eye color. So it does say that they should be moderately large, full, and prominent. It doesn't actually give a color in terms of that. The next bird, I'm going to go ahead and use this female here. I think she runs a little downhill, but one that I think over time could get better and have a little more potential. The next bird that comes in 5th, I think, is Comb. Is a little large, and I think he's a little unbalanced in terms of his front end. Is significantly larger than that of his rear end, and that might just be due to a lack of feathers because he's in a breeding pen. Any of that reasons there. He does have nice leg coloring, and he looks good from that standpoint. Would like to see less points on his comb, but a bird that doesn't hold his wings quite as well and not as good of a shape, but has a good overall color and stature to his body. So moving on to the Leghorns. So there are some notes in here. So this bird that is dead center is going to be a light brown Leghorn, and the following one is also a light brown, with the one on the far right bottom corner being a dark brown. So keep that in mind when we are judging here. There's a bird that I think pulls itself to the top pretty easily and tight in shape, and I do think that is this light brown Leghorn right here. I think this bird has really nice color to her. I would like to see her legs just a little bit more yellow as they have started to fade out, but this could be an older bird that is just in well condition. The other thing to point out is her comb. I think this bird has a really nice type, but her comb doesn't quite match. It has a few extra sprigs, not sprigs, a few extra points to it, but it is free of the sprigs on the side. I think a bird that has overall good tail shape. Lots of times when you look at her back, lots of times in Leghorns that you will see from their hackle feathers down to the back, they'll make a V back up to their tail, but this bird has a nice, smooth U shape to her that is going to be more of a check mark, and not a V, so to speak. The next bird that we're going to use is going to be, it comes down to the two whites, in my opinion. I think they're both really young birds that could use time. They both do have a forward tilt to them, if you can't tell. They both tilt forward just a little bit, and that's something that we don't like to see as excessive as some of these birds are. But I'm going to go ahead and use the male, as he does have the best leg color. His tail feathers tend to go all the way around, which looks nice. The female is going to go ahead and be third. I'd like to see a little bit better leg color in this bird. One that doesn't show quite as well as attributes as the two that come in front of her, but a nice Leghorn bird there. When it comes down to the last 4 and 5, these birds look to be really young and need some time to fill out. But I'm going to go ahead and leave them how they are, with the light brown coming in 4th and the dark brown coming in 5th. I think the 4th bird needs more time to fill out his tail, while the 5th bird needs more time to drop his chest, just grow into himself a little bit. But nice yellow legs, good color on these birds. It says it's a dark Leghorn, and it shows it's a dark Leghorn. So I'm glad to see that color there is where it should be. As well as the light brown, that's a hard color, especially in the males. There's a few extra points there I would like to see straighten up there, and got rid of a few of those. But a good Leghorn class when looking at them. So next, moving into the New Hampshires, we can see here, New Hampshires are a breed that is definitely blowing up, especially here in the southern states. They're a very popular breed, and so they are one that is gaining popularity. Given an overall sweep of these birds, you can see the one in the cage didn't want a picture as well, and is a little dark in terms of the picture. Looks to be a young cockerel that needs a lot of time to finish growing and finish filling out. The bird you see in the center with the purple background is a bird that needs a little bit more tail feather, like I said, more time to fill out. Good color, though, good even color throughout its front end. I'd like to see it blend a little better, excuse me, to the top of the tail, and to the top of the wing back into the tail. As it does get a little bit darker. I'd like just a little more even color in that bird. The bird that is in the top right corner of the pictures that has a tomato at its foot shows good attributes. I think this one's also young. I think needs more time to finish out his tail. Would like to see a little bit darker color on his saddle and hackle feathers, but a nice male there. Moving back into the bottom left corner, this is a really hard picture because she is sitting down on what looks to be maybe a 4-wheeler handle, which that's impressive within itself. But a bird that I think has potential. I think one that has a good, you can't really tell by her tail angle, but she has good color here, good head, good comb, nice red face and beak. The next male looks to be a little long in his tail, but that's just the way the picture is taken. But I think one of the better ones on the page here, as he does have all of his tail feathers, is more mature. We'd like to see him hold those wings up just a little bit better in order to help him in the placings there. The next one looks to be a really young female. Her color and her wings, you can see, is a little bit smudged in terms of the black and the red. When looking, lots of times people overlook wing color in birds, but I think it's something that's very important. The next thing we're going to do is, I think it comes down to the two birds in the bottom left, the one in the bottom left and the one in the center. I think these two birds show the best attributes, even though some of those two pictures are hard. But I'm going to go ahead and use this male, even though he doesn't hold his wings as high and as well as I would like. A bird that shows good New Hamp characteristics. I'm going to use this female second, one that shows good color. I'd like to see this bird pictured a little bit better, and it might have a chance to move up today. I'm going to go ahead and use this male here as the 3rd place bird, a bird that I think is more mature than the other birds, but it's still lacking a little bit of maturity in a few spots. We're going to use this female with the purple there to be our 4th spot, a bird that I think is lacking a few feathers that we're looking for in terms of tail feathers and breast feathers, but a good, nice overall bird there. It comes down to these last two. I think it gets a little closer as these two birds are both so immature. But I'm going to go ahead and use this female. She does show to have a little bit more maturity and more feathering to her there. And this New Hampshire male is going to be 6th, a bird that I think over time will get better. He has nice yellow legs that you see today. You can see up to his from his saddle feathers back into his tail. They still have baby fluff feathers, so a lot of potential there when looking at those.
When you're looking at the New Hampshires and the other single comb clean legs, do you want the top 2 or just the top? I've been pulling just the top, but I can pull the reserves as well.
Go ahead and pull the reserves, please.
Okay.
Bree, underneath, I know I'm ahead of myself here, but underneath the Plymouth Rock, where my mouse is currently, there is a Serama just out in the open, just so you know.
Okay. I'll move that around and fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking at the Rhode Island Reds now, this is actually my wheelhouse. This is what I raise. These are some of my favorite birds to breed. I think that they're the birds on the page here show some good attributes. So I'm going to start by just talking to everyone kind of like I have been on the smaller classes, even though this is a little bit bigger. The first bird you see here is a male bird that has a lot of potential moving forward, but you can tell he's probably only a month or 2 old. He has good points on his comb. He has a real nice, big, prominent head there. Would like to see a little bit better angle in that tail, as it does sit a little more horizontal than I would like. Nice, good coloring to his feet with the yellow with the brownish in the front. Moving into the next spot, you see the female. I think one that shows really nice attributes. Would like to see more feathering. And one thing to remember on the Rhode Island Reds is lots of times the Rhode Island Reds get taken into consideration because of their wing color. So I can't see that today just because of the pictures. So if there's any questions about that, please just put them in the comments. So the female now is in the second left spot. Has good tail angle, good color, overall color, that dark red color. I would like to see her face a little bit darker and her comb a little bit darker into that cherry red, but good overall bird. The male that comes next, I'd like to clean his comb up a little bit as it is a little sloppy with a few points missing. He does have 5 points there, but they're not spread out evenly in terms of that. I think he could be a little better conditioned in his legs, in his wings, as well as his legs. I like to see his legs a little bit darker yellow, but he does look to be an older cock bird as well, as long as his spurs are. So not a bad cock bird. I'd like to see his tail sit up just a little bit more instead of going over the hump there. The next male we see is also a really, really young male bird. One that I'd like to see more yellow in his feet for how young he is. Would like to see him finish out on his tail and maybe set that a little bit higher. He has a nice cherry red face and comb, what looks to be prominently clean of feathers. Back in the bottom left corner, we can see a female that I would like to have a little bit better eye color on. Face color. Her eye is a little light, but that is okay. We can always work with light. Her color is uneven throughout her back and through her chest and breast, down through her shanks. It gets a little bit lighter than that of her back. I would like to see that a little more even. Moving into the bird that's in the next spot, I would like to see this bird have a little better condition in her wings. I think this bird is really, really nice. A bird that, to me, is probably the best one in the class so far. She does set her tail just a little bit lower, but good color, evenly across her body. Lots of times in Rhode Island Reds, the condition that you see in the feathers, in the wings, is due to over oiliness. I don't know why that is, but I see that a lot of times in the reds that I raise at the house. This next bird you can see doesn't want to stand as well, but her tail angle is just a little bit better with that little bit of the angle in her tail. But like I said, the overall color on the bird, needs to be a little bit more even. You can kind of see in her wings, I'd like to see more black in there. And then the male that comes last. This is a bird that I think could go a lot of different places. I think this bird has good tail angle. His comb is a little big, but this year when showing a bird around that I had bred, had a comb that was a little big, and I got some wisdom from a few people that had raised Rhode Island Reds and said, you put that thing in the sun, it's going to get smaller, I promise. So if you put that bird in the sun, the male that's in the bottom right corner, you might be able to get that comb down a little bit in order for it to be less noticeable. He is a little short bodied, but one that has a nice square back with that angle out across the top of his tail. That is a really, really nice male. Would like to see him finish out on his tail feathers, and that might help his length of body as well. So I think it gets close between the female here and the male here. I think these birds are a little young. So I think it gets really picky here. I'm going to go ahead and use the male here. Yes, he has a big comb. Yes, he's lacking tail feathers, but he's in good condition other than that. I would like to see this bird hold his wings a little bit higher here. Okay, well, I'd be this way, but I'm actually going to slide this bird to second. I did notice in this bird here, you can kind of tell the way she's on that rock, she might have that tail angle there. She is more evenly colored, and her wings are held up higher. I'd like to see her face a little darker, but these two birds right here are really close, and if you wanted them to go the other way, I could totally see that happening there. The bird that's going to come next, I think gets really close for this spot. Oh, I didn't talk two birds. Hold on. So this bird right here that has the palette in the top right corner, second to the right, has really nice attributes. Is a little light in color, but it also might be the flash. I think that her comb and face is the correct color. Has a little bit of feathered on there we would like to see cleaned up, but a nice well-spread bird. The bird that comes next, I think, is a really nice dark-colored bird, nice dark-colored face. If you look right in front of her eye, you can see that it does get a little light there. I'd like to see that cleaned up just a little bit, ever so slightly there. So the next bird I'm going to use is actually the bird with the palette behind her, this one here. Nice tail angle. I like to see her a little bit dark, but like I said, it could just be the flash. The next bird is actually going to be this bird as well. I think one that shows good attributes. The way she's standing, it doesn't quite show her overall quality. I'm going to use this bird here next. I think one that needs a little bit better tail angle and a better face color, but a nice bird there. I'm actually going to use this young female. I lost it off the page. This young female here, I think one that shows a lot of qualities when looking at Rhode Island Reds. I think it gets a little closer for these last 4 spots. I'm going to go ahead and place all 10. I'm going to go ahead and use the male that is there and leave them exactly how they sit. I think the 3 that are in the 6, 7, and 8 hole need more time to mature in order to get over the birds that are placed in front of them. The last 2, that bird, the female, has nice tail angle but an uneven color and would like to see a darker face with a better coloring in her wings. The male, I would like to see better wing condition and a better comb, more spread out points on the top of his comb, and a better tail angle on that bird. So if you have any questions about those, drop it in the comments. And we're going to move on to Plymouth Rocks. So the Plymouth Rock, I'm actually surprised there's no whites in here just based on what I've seen at shows lately. I think these birds are really, really hard to judge actually because how perfect their feathering has to be in order for them to appear well. You want their wings to sit horizontal with the back of their body. You can see that first bird drops his a little bit. In the top left, we're just going to go down the line and talk him. That middle point on his comb, it gets a little big today. I would like to see those more evenly spread out and maybe lose a spike or two, a point or two in order to get them at the 5 that is needed. The next bird I think needs more time to mature. He is squatted down, so I can't tell how well his feathers cover up his shanks in terms of that. Good coloring, though. I think barred is one of the hardest to achieve because they do have to be so perfect. The bird that comes next is also squatting with a few too many points. I'd like to see him lose about a point with the rest of them spread out more evenly. But a good comb, good face color, and one that I think shows the correct tail angle in terms of Plymouth Rocks. The next bird I think pictured isn't quite as well as he is turned away from us. I can tell that he has too many points on his comb. I'd like to clean that up a little bit. One that has a lot of barring, which is good. One that's wing set a little bit higher. The female on the far right, top right, you can see has nice barring. It makes circles around her body, nice yellow legs. I would like to clean her comb up a little bit as she isn't. There's a spike or two in there that is spread out evenly, and there's about 6 or 7 points, and there needs to be 5, like I mentioned, but a good tail angle on this bird overall. So it might be blended in with the carpet, but her left foot, it is missing a toenail on that. Let me get my book back out, because I don't know, but in some breeds, a missing toenail is a disqualification to my understanding. It does not say anything about a missing toenail in here, so I'm not going to worry about that today, but maybe a little more research if that is your bird to see if it has, if that's a disqualification or not. The next bird we see in the bottom left corner that is a buff lacks a little bit of the tail that we're looking for in these Plymouth Rocks, but a nice overall colored buff bird. Is nice even with the dark Rolex color to her. One that maybe needs more time to finish out in order to get her tail back straight in the angle we'd like to see. Same thing with the male here. The back of his comb wants to run a little too even with his head. One that I think could use a little better wing condition, but that could just come with time, as well as the tail angle there. But a nice bird that I like to see in that terms. The male that I always see in the bottom center next to the buffs would like to clean his comb up. That's the common theme on the the Plymouth Rocks here, is their comb isn't as clean as I would like them to be. The tail angle here is excellent. Would like to see more time when filling this bird out. Good color, lots of barring. Would like to see it a little more even across his body. As you can tell in his wings and wing feathers, it gets a little just plain and blank there where it gets so big. I'd like to see a little more even barring. The bird we move to next, I'd like to clean her face up a little bit, but one that has good even barring, like I talked about. Would like to see the color a little bit better, as it is hard. Like I said, it's really, really hard to get the barred specifically in order. We'd like to see more tail feathers, but that comes with time. One that has the correct color beak, correct color feet. I would like to see this one stand up and have better potential. The bird in the bottom right corner, the last barred rock, has a good comb, good face color, good tail angle. Like I said, I'd like to see this bird stand up. She also looks to be missing a toenail, but like I said, it might just be that carpet where it's dug into it, and we can't quite see that. Other than that, good color. I'd like to see the front of her legs a little bit better. Make sure I'm right on this. So it has mainly yellow, but we would like to see this bird have a little bit better leg colors. There's a few dark spots in the front there. The next Colombian bird, that is a really nice Colombian rock, one that I think shows good coloring. She is a little dark in her breast, but for Colombian, that's good coloring, good comb, good face color, one that shows good hackle feather color. and nice tail color. Like the other birds, I'd like to see this one mature just a little bit better in order to be moved higher today. Would also like to see her leg color be just a little bit better. When looking at them, there's one or two here. I think this is a hard bird to judge, but this male right here has potential, as well as the Colombian. Move this bird out of the way. This bird that I moved up here is going to be our third spot. I think he needs better wing carriage in order to move up any higher today. I'm going to go ahead and use the Barred Rock. If I pull him down, I'm going to go ahead and use this Barred Rock to start us out. I'm having trouble. Oh, there we go. The Barred Rock to move, start us, the Colombian to be second, and this male to be third. I think that male in the first slot shows a lot of attributes that I would like to see in a Plymouth Rock. Good wing carriage. Like I said, would like to even the color up on lots of these birds just a little bit, but that's being slight of critical of a hard color to achieve. The bird that I see next is going to be this female right here. That is in fourth, a bird that I think shows good tail angle. I'd like to see her stand up. One that shows good color, good face color, good beak color, and is correct in those terms.
Go ahead and just place the top 5 for this one then.
Okay. When it comes down to the 5th spot, I think it gets a little bit closer between the two pullets. You see in the center of your screen here, this one and this one. I think it comes down to just overall appearance of the bird, and I'm going to go ahead and use this bird here for 5th. I think she has the better face color, a bird that I like to see in the 5th spot, better face color, good tail angle. Would like to see her mature just a little bit better, and she also has really nice feet. Oh, I'm pulling those off the screen. Feet and shank colors compared to that of the counterparts that are placed below her. So that is that for the rocks. Then we get into a little harder class of the Seramas. I think it's important to remember when judging Seramas, especially in a show like this, is that, make sure I'm on the right page.
Also, clarifications, I had a couple people messaging me. We are judging these by the APA Serama standard, ABA standard, not the Serama like tabletop show standard, or not. So it's going to be the American style Serama versus Malaysian style.
Yes, thank you. That was what I was going to get at there, is that these are based more on the American style. So I'm going to start by, like I said, going through and talking each one very quickly, since there's a lot in here. This bird that's here, I'd like to see better condition in the top left corner. That's weird. Bree.
What's up?
I think that this bird that I just pulled up was double entered, maybe on accident.
Okay.
I believe that's the same bird that was in the Old English class.
Let me go back and see. I'll put it in the bottom corner. We can come back to it later.
Okay. So this first bird that we see, I think one that could use better condition in his tail, but one that holds his wings correctly, based straight down. One that has nice posture, good comb on the bird. The next bird we move to is going to be a female that is more the Malaysian style. That is a really, really nice bird in terms of the Malaysian style Seramas, where her breast sits out over her head and her head is back to her tail. That is a really, really nice Malaysian style Serama there. But in terms of the American standard, I'd like to see her stand up just a little bit straighter. The Serama that comes next. And Seramas, I will not judge based on color. This is all just type and style of the bird. Brandon, we're flipping first and second all day. Well, hey, that's okay. That's good thing about poultry. It's all opinions. But I'm actually glad to see you're following along. You'll have to let me know how I did after this when we're done. The male that is in the third slot on the top left is a bird that I think overall carries himself really well. Picture's a little blurry, can't quite see his comb, but would like to see the bird clean up his comb just a little bit, but a good posture bird across. The bird that comes next, I would like to see have a little better condition, but one that I think holds the U shape very well, drops her wings down. And since this is a splash and it does have splash color, I would like to, since I'm just going to comment on that, I know I said I wasn't going to judge based on color, but I would like to see a little bit more black up into her neck and her head, just a few feathers. That's a common issue, but a good colored splash overall, and see her face a little darker. The next bird, I think one that really stands out to me in terms of shape and style, the correct comb, good colored feet and head, nice dark cherry red. That's a nice bird there. And I don't even know where we're at. One that's under about the third spot that looks to be a black or blue mottled. The bird that comes next, I think, is a really nice Millie. A nice Millie. Oh my gosh, Serama. One that I'd like to see stand up a little bit better and have better posture in terms of its wings and overall structure, but a nice color to his head bird there. The bird we're moving to next looks a little young with the black background. Like to see better tail feathers and stand up just a little bit straighter. I do understand that's hard to get on those younger birds. The bird that comes in next I think is really nice. A nice posture, nice tail. For the American standard, this one stands up really well and nice color to me. The female that comes next is also really nice. She stands up well, drops her wings correctly. Would like to see them a little more straight down though. Tail angle's pretty good. Comb and face color is correct. Her beak looks to be a nice yellow color, good vibrant color in that bird there. So instead of going all the way back to the other side, we're going to drop straight down to, I don't know what you would call this color here. It's standing on what looks to be the top of a water trough. One that I like to see with more tail feathers and a little more stood straight up. A good face color, good vibrant color. I think that's important in all birds, especially Seramas. The next bird we move to, I would like to see this bird drop his tail, bring his tail up just a little bit, more feathers in it. One that has really nice, vibrant colors to his face and beak and body. Would like to see him drop his wings down just a little bit more vertical to the ground. The black that comes next, that is in the center, has a piece of wood behind her. I think this bird has a good tail angle and is still really young, has a lot of filling out to do on her body, and would like to see her wings drop a little more horizontal. The next female that we see here, the way the picture is, she's on top of the carpet. It's a weird angle. One that has good vibrant colors. Would like to see her face a little bit darker though. Would like to see her tail brought up just ever so slightly on that bird. The next male I think is really nice. This is a discussion that I've seen all over Facebook and different chicken discussion groups. The weight. This bird looks awfully big to me. And yes, it is a picture. It looks big, but then also from behind you can see that 2 by 4 welded wire behind. It looks to only take up 2 squares, so maybe it's only 8 inches tall, but it looks awfully tall. I'd like to see shorter legs on that one for sure, or more feathers to it. The next bird, the white bird that comes with the black background, is a nice bird that I'd like to see have more feathers all over. It looks to be really young and more potential. I'd like to see its comb set up as straight a little bit more, but a really, really nice, clean white bird when looking at that one. The next bird comes in. That's a really, really nice with the blue background Malaysian style bird. One that's set back nice and well with its breast out in front, with its wings down, nice clean tail feathers. Isn't all the way back to be crazy like some of the Malaysian birds, crazy in type. So I'm glad to see that one is entered today. That's a nice in between of the American and Malaysian breed. The next bird's going to be that solid black bird that is on top of the carpet. This bird is set down almost like a Japanese, is lacking the type overall. that I would like to see in the bird. The next bird we see is actually going to be a disqualification today. I'm not going to do it just because it's a youth show, but it looks to be entered in the wrong class. It looks to be an Old English or even maybe a rose comb bird. That is not a Serama, but one, if you were judges of Serama, would like to see less of the wing carriage up high and drop it down horizontal. But a nice bird there. Going straight down, we see another black bird in the bottom left corner, one that I think holds its tail well. Needs to drop its feathers quite a bit as it is sitting more horizontal than vertical there, and I would like to see that more vertical, sitting straight up and down. The next one we see is a chocolate mottled, chocolate mottled, and this one's young. It needs more time to mature and drop its feathers, drop its wings down, and get more feathers in there. Same goes with the next bird, one that I think needs more feathers in its tail and needs to drop its wings down, but one that I think has really, really good face color and is good comb, dark, vibrant colors on those birds there. The next bird needs more tail feathers in order to be placed up higher. I think one that has potential moving forward. It is still pretty young, though, it looks. And then the bird that is dead center in the bottom, that white male, I'm going to go ahead and actually move him to the top. That's a bird that I think shows a lot of potential when looking in terms of the overall type. That bird has really good tail feathers, good vibrant colors, and it's a clean white bird there. The next bird we come to with the grayish white background, would like to see his tail feathers hung up just a little bit higher and not so much back in that bird. Good wing feathers drop down. Like I said, more tail feathers, but good vibrant colors in that bird as well. Like I said, judging Seramas, the color, especially in the Malaysian style, I know that's what we're doing today, but I'm not going to take a ton of color into consideration as they all are all over the place. And so I'm looking for vibrant color, vigor looks, as well as good clean combs and feathers. This next bird shows good feathering. I would like to see it in a little better condition with a good dark red comb on it. I would like to see around its eyes a little bit darker. One that is in the bottom, that is third from the right in the bottom, I would like to see that bird drop its wings a little more, but a bird that I think has good color and good tail set to it. So moving forward, I'd like to see that bird drop its wings. The next two birds that we see down here, like I talked about, are probably going to be disqualifications due to the one bird being double entered, even if that was an accident. I think that's important. Go ahead, Bree.
Yep, so I was able to pull up the entry of the person that entered it and look at all of theirs. It was a double entry, also was included. We're talking about this blackbird here on the bottom, and also had a double entry in the wrong class on the Old English game. So I won't say names. If you know it's your bird, go ahead and reach out to me. We can get that figured out, and I can help you sort that out.
Awesome. But then that one doesn't show the Serama attributes that we're looking for. I think there's two birds in this today. Let me zoom back in and make sure I'm in the correct spots. That really stand. Where's he at? I lost him. There's three birds actually that really stand out to me. The white bird that I already pulled up top, the bird that I just placed next to him, and then this female that is in the top right corner. I think it's important when looking. Lots of times Serama males get the looks because of how big and pretty and fancy they are, but that female right there is really, really nice. I think it comes down to just overall vibrant colors and wing carriage on the birds today. I think I'm going to go ahead and use, let me move this stuff out of the way. And Brie, I'm just going to place 5. I think there we go.
You're good. I can move all of those birds down for you if you just want to put the top 5 in order.
Perfect.
Do some shuffling.
So this white bird, I'm going to go ahead and use first. I think this bird has good color, good wing, and good condition. I think that's really, really important in the Serama breed. Let me drop that down.
That was me.
And then the next bird, I'm going to go ahead and use this female, a bird that I think has good potential. When looking at her from the side, I think one that shows good color.
Ooh, that was not what was supposed to happen. Here we go.
Okay. Good color, good wing carriage, I think. I think the bird that comes in third, you could argue, has better wing carriage. I think that's important. To me, on the Seramas is, but you also have to weigh the pros and cons. That bird lacks a few tail feathers compared to the female in front of him, as well as cleanliness. I understand that that bird probably got pulled out of the breeding pen the day before or even 2 minutes before, because when I was doing my entries in the open show, the same thing happened. I took 30 seconds, pulled them out of the pen, took a picture. I understand breeding pens are where most of them should be. I'm going to pull this one back up there. So I understand that. The next one I'm going to use, I think it gets a little bit closer when looking. This male here. Oh, I don't know what I just did. Oh, there you go. If I use my mouse correctly. This male here. And then there's another one. I got to find him again. I think it gets closer for fourth and fifth between these three that you see here. The bird that you see that's on the back of the red pickup here that's being moved, a bird that I think needs more time and more feathers, so that's going to bump him out of contention today, but a really, really nice bird overall. The one that I'm going to go ahead and use is I'm going to go ahead and use this little male here, as he does have the best feather condition. Make sure I'm in the right spot. He has the best feather condition and best shape and style to him, and he is small like he should be. So I think that's really important when looking at those birds. So those are going to be your top five. I know that the Seramas are really hard to judge. So if you see something you don't quite understand, definitely just put a comment out there, and I can answer any questions that you have. And now's a great question time while Bree is pulling any over. So if you have any questions, please, anything, showmanship, judging, any of that, I can answer in between these.
And then for the any other breed right away, looking back, these two are supposed to be Old English. They were entered as single comb clean legged instead of in the wrong class, instead of in the games class. So just a note, if these are your birds,
well, that hen, that female there, the one on the right, let me grab it. This one.
Yeah.
You can just delete that one because that one was already in the previous slide.
Okay.
And it got placed. There you go. I don't know about that one. Actually, give me just a second. I can go back and look easier than.
Yep, this is the same double entry as before, so it may have gotten double entered in Old English.
Okay.
It shouldn't be in single comb clean legged either way, so it'll place bottom of the class.
And I'm stuck again.
That's not anything against the bird. That's just it was entered in the wrong class. So.
Okay, hold on just a second. My thing is glitching out. Okay, there we go. We're back to it. Like she said. So we have in the top left corner what looks to be a black-tailed buff Japanese Bantam. One that looks. You got something else?
Nope, you're good.
Oh.
I've got the clarifications on breeds and varieties if you need them, but.
Oh, okay. Well, I might have to have that there in a minute. This looks to be a buff-tailed black that Japanese. It looks really young. One that I'd like to see a little better tail angle on. It's supposed to be at 90 degrees, straight vertical in the air. But one that has good color in its face. It does have an uneven color across its body in the smudging of the buff color back into the tail. I'd like to see that more solid black there. The male we come to next, I believe, is a Barnvelder Bantam. When looking at it, just tell me if I'm wrong, Bree. I want to make sure I'm right when looking at them.
Well, let me double check and pull it up. Go ahead and keep going with the next couple birds.
So the Barnvelder male with the purple background we see has good tail angle on this bird, a good swoop across its back. There's a little bit of coloring messed up in there, but that comes with having a hard-colored bird. One that overall, though, has good structure and good shape. I want to make sure I'm right on the feet color. So I'm going to pull that up real quick, which actually, there we go. So it says that the legs need to be, it didn't even say a color. But I do believe in the large fowl, those are supposed to be that creamy yellow color. So there's a good leg coloring there. There is a little bit of coloring issues in terms of the actual feathering on the bird, but not a bad bird. The next bird, I have no idea what that is.
The white one?
No, we're not that far yet.
One back. That one is, I believe, a buck. I could be wrong. Let me double check.
A buckeye should be in the AOCCL class.
We have...
And that has a straight comb, so single.
Yep. It might be a Rhode Island red in the wrong spot. Let me double check. Keep going with, you can start with the Leghorn. Or not the Leghorn, sorry, the Phoenix.
Yes. So that actually is a really, really nice Phoenix when looking at him. Its tail angle is a little high. I'd like to see it dropped a little bit, but one that I think shows good color. It is a little dirty in its wing. Would like to see that a little more white in its wing, but that could just become from being on the ground. Good face color. Would like to see it a little bit darker, though. Good beak color and excellent eye color there. We move on to the bird in the top right corner. That is a bird that lacks condition overall. That one looks to be a Leghorn there.
I believe that one's a Dutch. That one.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those they had reached out to me before, so.
Perfect. Let me pull that up because I am actually, that is crazy. I've never seen a Dutch, even though they're ranked in the top 20 shown. So it talks about, I am not familiar with Dutch. So the tail angle is supposed to be 50 degrees above horizontal. That's pretty close to 50. Would like to see better condition on that bird. Good comb, though. Good vibrant face color and good color overall in the Dutch Bantam. That is one that's hard to get. There is all kinds of different colors. I didn't even know that was a possibility. Looks to be maybe a light brown Dutch if compared to that of a Leghorn there. But then the next bird we're going to come to is we're going to go straight down into the white-faced silver, the white-faced Spanish. Would like to see more white on that wattle and his earlobe dropping down. His comb, he has that back back point that is pointing a little far back. I'd like to see that bird flipped up just a little bit. The next one I see on him is his tail angle is maybe just a little bit high, but not a bad Spanish there, as I know those are really rare birds. The next one we see is a white Japanese. I would like to see its legs short. It needs to be sitting next close to the ground in terms of its legs. The Old English there got double entered. It'll be at the bottom of the class due to no fault of the bird, just in the wrong class. The next bird we see is maybe a Welsummer Bantam, one that I like to see good leg color on, good face color, and good eye color. I'd like to see its tail angle leaned up just a little bit more with a better tail angle, sitting more horizontal than it is facing straight down. The next bird has the same issue as the one. It's a Japanese that has too much leg on it. It needs to be a little bit shorter. But one that has good tail straight up in the air and maybe a little too much back. We would like to see this one with less back. Today, I think it comes down pretty easily for me to Bree, did you ever figure out what this middle bird was?
working on it. The person who had entered, they entered that bottom bird is a Minorca.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out what that one is because it should be from that same exhibitor. I want to say a dark Leghorn, which would also make it, but it would be a fault on me if it is in the.
I think you are correct. If you want to, that is a dark Leghorn female. You are correct. If you'll pull that over, I can go remove those birds around. Since that one was on the.
Yeah, that one is 100% on me.
And I'll go back to the Leghorns as soon as I'm done here and move them around to make sure we are correct there. Okay, so I'm going to go back since I was incorrect on the what I call the blackface Spanish. Wait, where'd it go?
I've moved it to the middle.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm zoomed. Okay, I see it now. I'm going to say I'm zoomed way in. Since that is a Minorca, it does have the correct white color on its face. Since they're not supposed to have the excessive like the white face Spanish. The tail angle still is a little bit high as the tail. It's supposed to be 35 degrees above horizontal, and this one sits closer to 80. So it is significantly high in the tail. Good straight back, though. And also would like to see a more horizontal held wings. But that's a nice bird there. Let me zoom back out. The next bird, the bird that I think it comes down to pretty easily here is going to be this white phoenix female here. The white. No. Uh-oh.
Go ahead and I can move that white phoenix up.
Uh-oh, what'd I do?
You're good.
I think they're all grouped together.
I got it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No, you're good. It happens. Yeah. There we go.
There we go. Thank you. Yep. And the bird that we're going to use next, I think, gets a little bit closer. I think it comes down, even though there's a lot of leg on this white Japanese bird here and this Minorca. So the fault is there's too much leg on the Japanese and too high of a tail angle on the Minorca. I'm going to go ahead and use the Minorca. I think it has overall better color. Yes, it is solid black. It's easier to get that way, but that's just part of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and use this Japanese for third. I'm going to go ahead and only place 5 on this one, Bree. The next one I'm going to use is the buff here. It needs better color, but that one has the best type out of all of the Japanese Bantams here. I really like this Dutch. It comes down between the Dutch and the Welsummer here. I'm going to go ahead and use the Dutch as it does have the better type overall, as the Welsummer isn't quite set up correctly. I'll place the last 3. It's not a big deal. I'm going to use the Welsummer for 6th, the Barnvelder for 7, and the Japanese for 8. That's a really nice Barnvelder. I think it just lacks a little bit of color, maybe too much color that we're looking for in the Barnvelders. So since we are finished there, Bree, let's go back to the Ooh, that's a good question. Let me look at that. So I'm actually looking at the 2020. This is the Bantam Pocket Standard. I want to make sure I'm correct. I believe it is, but I'm not positive. So yes, it is. White is an accepted color for the Phoenix in the 2020 Bantam Standard. There's golden duckwing, light brown, silver duckwing, and white.
Good question. Good catch. Our general rule of thumb, because we had a lot of questions about varieties, is that any variety that's not accepted, same with breeds, they can't place over an accepted one. So there's just a couple questions about unrecognized breeds and things like that. Going back to the Leghorn with our extra dark Leghorn in there.
Hold on one second.
You're good.
So while we're on the Phoenix, I didn't know this. So the disqualifications are comb, anything other than single. That's in a lot of breeds if it's not the correct comb. Red earlobes. This one looks to have the blue color, so we're good there. Short legs and thighs is a disqualification and not a defect, which is crazy to me. Thank you, Valerie, that it is not approved in large fowl. But the high carriage of the male tail, I think that gets really subjective to what is high and what is not, because the Phoenix Bantam tail is supposed to, it says abundant and very long. The further they flow up the tail, carried horizontally. So this one would technically be a high tail. I would not disqualify it for being a high tail, but some judges could. So just a heads up on that. And cockerels with no semblance of spurs, but that happens very rarely if it's actually a cockerel.
For everyone watching on YouTube, there's some comments on Facebook asking if white is an accepted color, and it is. And there's a couple of people that also said that it is only approved in bantams, so you won't see a white large fowl leghorn.
So now we're going to a white large fowl phoenix. Sorry.
Yeah, phoenix. Sorry, not leghorn. That's that's me.
Where are we at now? We need to go back to the leghorns, right?
Yep.
Okay, you're already there.
13.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so when looking at this, I think it only really changes the last 4th and 5th placing. Well, let me look a little closer. I really like the dark brown leghorn female. I think she lacks the tail feathers and maybe the tail angle that we're looking for, but she has nice golden yellow legs. So I'm actually going to put her in 5th place, and this dark brown male in the dark brown in 6th place. If I'd use my mouse correctly, we'd be done. So that's the only thing that changes there is I'm going to bump the dark brown male to 6th and the female to 5th. I think that's a nice bird that has good leg color, good color overall. I would like to see this bird have more tail feathers and maybe a little bit higher there. And that would be the only reason that bird would place any higher there. So that is it on the breeds of leghorns. Let's go.
We are best of class. That's what we're up to. And then for this one, it's the same as before. Your best of breed is on top. Your reserves are on the 2nd row. Yeah. If there's any more you want to see or you want me to pull out, go ahead and let me know.
Okay. So I think this one is pretty simple in terms of where we're going to go with the 4, 5, and 6 spot. But the 1st and 2nd spot I think are really, really hard to decide which ones you want to use. So I'll just go back down the line and talk them real quick. I know you don't want to hear me talk any more than you have to. So the first bird you see, the Orpington has a nice tail angle. I'd like to see her fill out a little bit more under her tail, back down into her thigh. She has a little short-legged or maybe too many feathers there. I would go with the short-legged option. The leghorn, I think, has really, really, really good type and good color. The only thing that's holding her back is that comb. If her comb was any better, that bird would be really, really, really good instead of just really good. But that bird has the best type in terms of the leghorns here. The male that comes next, the picture's not very well, but I think he needs to hold his wings a little higher. And other than that, he is a really, really nice bird in terms of that. My mouse is messing up again. The Rhode Island red that comes next, I think, is a really nice example of the breed, really nice color. Dark, I think this one definitely has potential to be at the top of the class here. The male that comes next, we'd like to see a better comb and maybe a little bit better. Go ahead.
There's an error in the thing. Thanks for catching that. I've got the hen instead of the rooster for the Leghorn. It should be the white Leghorn rooster, not the white Leghorn hen. And that is fixed now.
Okay, perfect. I was say I haven't even got that far yet, so thank you for whoever caught that. The Barred Rock male, I think, is really, really nice. Would like to see a better comb with a nice tail angle and nice type. Would like to see more tail feathers there. We got into the Serama. I know it's really unpopular for a Serama to be at the top of a class, but I think this bird shows excellent qualities of the Serama. I think it shows how well his wings sit, his tail. You can see on the top of his tail there, I wasn't going to take color into consideration in the class, but now that we're out here against everybody, we kind of have to take color into a little bit. And he shows the black ticking there, which is just a small defect as it is showing just a pure white gene in the bird. The phoenix that comes next, I think, the phoenix that comes next shows good attributes to the bird there. I think her wing needs to be a little bit cleaner, a little more white, and her tail not sitting so high. But that's the small details. Getting critical of some nice birds. Going back through here, I think there's one that I have to use that I think's the best bird in here. Regardless of a few small defects that we see, this light brown Leghorn is a good quality example of what the breed should look like in terms of shape, style, and her color is excellent. The next bird we're going to use is going to be the Rhode Island red female. I think this female shows really nice everything, except I'd like to see her tail angle sit just a little bit higher today. Maybe now I think it's closer for the third, fourth, and fifth spot. Like I said, this Serama here, I'm going to go ahead and use him. He's really, really nice in terms of the just overall appearance, style, and look of this bird. The only thing that sits him down at 3 instead of anywhere higher is that little black ticking at the top of his tail, but being awfully critical of a really good one there. The black Orpington is going to come in 4th. This is a bird that I think could use a little bit more feathering under her tail throughout her thigh, but a really nice bird in terms of that. This goes there. The next bird we're going to use is going to be the Phoenix is going to come 5th. I think her tail's held a little high and she's a little dirty, but that just comes with being in a breeding pen. And I think that's where she needs to be there. So I'm going to go ahead and place the next few just so we know where we're at. After the Phoenix, I think it's a little bit closer between the Leghorn and the Minorca that is over there. But I'm going to go ahead and use the, thank you, go ahead and use the Leghorn that you see here for 6th in class. I think this bird has nice tail feathers, good color. Maybe on the day of whoever's bird this is, maybe on the day of show, we don't feed him as much. That way his breast isn't sticking out so far. Maybe pull his feet on the day of the show. The next bird I'm going to use is going to be the black Minorca, is in 7th. I think that bird shows good attributes, just a little too high of a tail angle. I'm going to go back and use this Serama girl right here as 8th. I think that's a really, really nice bird, especially for a Serama. 9 is going to be the Rhode Island red. And I'm just going to place 10. So the 10th bird is going to be the Orpington here. I think this was a really tough class at the top, and it dwindled down a little bit when we got to the bottom. But even the birds that didn't place, those 2 New Hamps and 2 Plymouth Rock, show excellent qualities of their breed. They just maybe need a little bit more time to clean up and add a few more feathers there. So that looks like that is it for our single comb clean leg class.
And with that, we're going to be breaking for lunch. So, Ryan, do you want a 15-20 minute break?
15 is good. We'll be back at 11:35.
Sounds good. And I've got a timer going, so
awesome
for all of you guys. Yeah, we'll be back in 15. Okay, and we're back. Nice short break. Let me get back to this slide, and then we'll pull a moderator in for everyone watching as well. There's a couple of comments on there. I'll get to those in a second. As far as the judging order, we're doing rose comb, and I will I'll comment again on there so you'll be able to see that. So let me get the shared screen up. And we are on to rose comb clean legs. So go ahead. And I believe we start with Wyandottes.
Black, yes. So Jennifer, the results, I'll run back there real quick so you can get a quick look at them, but I got to get there first.
Go ahead. I can't move that. Go ahead and start with the Wyandottes. As far as the champion results, I've got the list. I have names. Names aren't going to be released because the top from each class go to champion row. And so we still want to keep that, like I said before, that separation. Let me pull up the list. I have it on my phone. Overall, we're sitting. We had our. Let me pull it up. There we go. The Leghorn was first. The Rhode Island Red was second. The White Serama was third. The Orpington was fourth. The Phoenix fifth. was where we sat for best of class. And then, yeah, I will, as soon as the show is done, I'll be going through and I'll screenshot. That way, if we catch any errors, like we had an error with the Leghorn class before, I'll catch that before I post it on Facebook. But I'll screenshot each of the slides. They will all get uploaded, watermarked, and uploaded to Facebook, so you'll be able to see those at any time. Yeah, I think can take it from there.
Perfect. So, yeah, so actually, I'm really glad we got to Rose Comb because Wyandottes are my wheelhouse. And so I'm just going to go down the list, the line here, and see that, talk each one, and then we'll be able to look again here. So the first bird we see here, so I always start at the head on the Wyandottes because that's how I was trained doing the Wyandottes. I start everything else at the feet. I know that's really weird, but start at the head. We see the comb is nice and set real low profile to her head with a little point at the back. It looks to be coming up just maybe just ever so slightly. The beak on the bird is the dark black bone color that we're looking for. There, the eye is a little light. We want to see that more dark black. There's a lot of feathering on the face when we tend to not want to see that very often. A bird that overall I think needs more feathers. I think it is still a really young bird. It looks to have the piping on the outside of the feathers on a few spots that show that it's young. The leg color, I'd like to see more yellow in the legs and a little darker yellow there. There's a little bit. I just wish it was darker there. Good green sheen color. Would like to see this bird in a few months when it's clean. And so, yes. The next bird we move to is going to be the male. I think this bird shows a lot of type in its front end. I think it has a nice comb, good clean red face, dark cherry red, good hackle feathers. But when we get down to his rear end is when it tends to lose a few of its attributes that we see that were good on the front end. I think this one tends to narrow out in its tail just a little bit where we can't see the spread that we'd like to see in the Wyandottes. It does make a nice shape through its breast up through its tail, though. If its head was up just a little bit more, this one might have a lot of potential. In the pictures here today, its legs, like I said, are a little light colored. We'd like to see a little better on that. Moving forward, the next bird we see is a really nice bird that gets a little rounded in her tail. We call that bunny tail in the Wyandottes. It's not a huge deal, but it's something that we tried to avoid. It looks like maybe a few of her saddle feathers are in bad condition due to breeding pins. Her head, nice comb, nice head, nice beak, nice eye color. I'd like to see it a little bit darker, though. I'd like to see her face a little bit darker. And the roundness of the tail might just be the lack of feathers, so maybe a little more feathers there, but good wing carriage. Like to see her legs a little bit darker, too. That's getting awfully critical. The next bird we see, good dark head, good bone color beak. Would like to see more feathers in her tail. She is a little short-legged. This is something I really look for in Wyandottes. I'd like to see a little more leg there. One that gets rounded on the bottom very nicely. Then I'd like to see a little more tail in that bird there. So the next bird that comes up, the very last one. So this bird actually has a disqualification. This bird has what we call slip wing, and it is a disqualification in the Wyandotte breed. It's actually a disqualification across the board. But it's not going to get disqualified today. So this bird is going to be our 5th place bird due to that. I just don't want to have to disqualify birds. So this bird's going to be our 5th place bird. Nice type, nice head, nice color. I just would like to see without a disqualification there. So we're going to work our way from the bottom up. The next bird we're going to use is this bird that's in first. Make sure I'm right here. So that's our next bird. The next bird I'm going to use is this bird that I just moved to be in our 3rd spot. I think it lacks a little bit of tail. Would like to see more there. This female I'm going to use as first. I think it has the best type, color, Would like to see her stand up. Good leg color. The male we use next would definitely have a shot at first if he would have a little bit of tail there, but looks like he is a little young and could use a little bit more. The first one really sorts herself to the top for me, and then it gets a little bit closer from there on the way down. The fifth place bird, like I said, really holds the same attributes as the bird in first, just has that slip wing that I would like to see, and that's just where the primaries cover the secondaries. So yes, I would like to see better there. Moving on to the silver laced Wyandotte.
Do you want top 2 for those or more than top 2?
Top 2 is good. So moving on to the silver lace, I'm just going to go through like we did a while ago. This first bird, you can see silver lace is a really hard color. It was actually the first standard color in the Wyandottes back when the Wyandotte was founded, when it was created. This bird has a really nice tail, good wing carriage. I mean, this is a really, really nice bird. One that shows good lacing. It does lack a little bit of color white down in its thigh area. Would like to see a little bit more there, but that's a really nice bird with the correct tail angle. Good comb, good beak, good face, good feet, good tail. And I'd like to see that wing carriage up a little higher, but that's getting awfully critical. The bird that we see next, the female there, I think is a really nice female that has really good color, gets a little light in terms of lacing. She gets a little thin in her lacing down on her lower breast, down in her stomach area by her thighs. She's a little feathery down there. I would like to see her stand up just a little bit more and show a little bit more thigh and leg there. A good colored bird, good face. The next bird we move to is another male that has really good tail, good head, doesn't have as much chest as the bird that came in front of him. I would like to see that bird just hold himself just a little bit better in terms of his wings. Good leg color, though, on that bird. The next male that we move to lacks tail and wing carriage of the birds in front of him, but has good color throughout his breast. Gets a little mushy and smudgy back through his back and his hackle feathers and his saddle feathers. I would like to see that a little better there. The next bird we move to I really like in terms of type. She's a little unbalanced. Her front end's a little heavier than her back end, but she gets a little smudge and peppering back in her tail. I'd like to see that clean up just a little bit and balance her up. She has a really nice head, good color, good comb to this bird, but not a bad bird there. The next bird we move to is a little more balanced than the bird that comes in front of her. I think she lacks face color. Lacks face color a little bit, good leg color, good overall color and lacing in her. I would like to see her hold her wings up just a little bit more there. So I'm going to start the class with the bird that is on the wooden hardwood floor here. I think this is a bird that is awfully good. If you could get him in a show cage up tight somewhere, he would be awfully good. The next bird I'm going to use, I'm going to go ahead and use the other male that is on the blue background. I think this is a bird that has quality and type to the bird. I like to see this one up there. The next bird that we're going to use is, I'm going to go ahead and use this female here. I can get back to her. This female here, I think, like I talked about, she has the peppering. She has the peppering in her tail that I don't want to see in the birds, but I think that's being critical of a really hard color to breed and choose. It gets a little closer between fourth and fifth here. I think that these two female birds have a shot at being excellent birds if you give them some time to mature. I'm going to go ahead and use this female here for fourth. I think she has better color and better type to her than the bird that is going to come next, who has a little less leg in her and needs a little bit more tail when looking at her. This male is going to go ahead and be our sixth place bird. I think that he needs more, a better wing carriage and a little bit more tail when looking at him. But those are really nice silver lace Wyandottes as a whole class there. And if you could, Bree, can you take those top three over, please?
Yep, absolutely.
And then we'll move on to the partridge. I'm going down the line of the partridge. It looks like This first bird we see, the way that he's turned shows he doesn't have very much tail, but if you look really closely at his legs, you can see how thick and stout this bird is. That's an excellent bird there that we like to see on that in terms of stoutness and quality. He does lack a little bit of color. He looks to be awfully young. He stood up pretty straight. Like to see him a little more balanced there. The bird that we're going to that is in the second hole that we're going to look at second has really nice type. Like to see him carry his wings just a little bit better. His comb's a little out of place. He has a good color to him. Needs a few more feathers in that tail to keep it rounded off there, but that's just a lack of feathers. Breeding season, it's hot. Everywhere it's hot, so that's lots of times it's why we're dropping feathers when looking at it there. So then when looking at the next female that we see here, my computer, the computer, oh my, I'm all over the place. This female that I see next is one that I really like her lacing and her penciling when looking at it from the outside. Lots of times we overlook the color of the bird in the partridge just because they are pretty regardless of how good their lacing is in the standard. But this bird has really nice lacing throughout the top of her wings. I'd like to see her hold her wings up just a little bit better. She has really nice tail on this bird. She does get a little bunny tail, but I think once again that's due because lots of these birds are coming out of molt. Looks to be, I'd like to see her comb just ever so slightly smoother. She has a clean face, nice dark red, but I would like to clean her face up right here in front of her eye, and she has a good comb and beak color as well. Good feet color on that bird. I like the way that bird is rounded throughout her bottom and her breast. The next bird we move to is lacking quite a few feathers. I can zoom in there. The bird is lacking leg color there. I'd like to see more yellow there. She's lacking the tail feathers that we're looking for. But she has a nice round breast and rear end to her. The good penciling on the bird starts to fade out when you look towards her wings and towards the back of her body. It starts to get all smudged up there. I'd like to see a little better lacing and penciling in that bird there. The bird that comes next, I think, is an excellent example of the breed when looking at type. I think this bird does need to hold his wings up just a little bit more. He has a nice tail. That's the tail that we're looking for. He does show a little bit of fluff, but nice color and nice lacing in that bird. When it comes down to it, I think there's one today that I think just easily does it for me, and that's this female right here in the middle. I think she's a really nice example of the breed, and I'd love to see that one in person and have the opportunity to look at those up closer. So the bird that I'm going to use next, I'm going to go ahead and use this male here. I think it's one that shows good qualities and good attributes of the breed. When looking at it, I'd like to clean his comb up just a little bit and smooth it down a little bit. The next bird that I'm going to use is this male here for the third spot. I think it's one that comes a little easier in place because he has good type. He just needs to stand up a little bit better and clean up his comb just ever so slightly. The next bird that we're going to use is the male here. I think he's just in a little better condition than the female. He needs a few more tail feathers and to be a little more balanced out with a little less neck and a little more tail. Same with the female here, just needs a little better condition when looking at her. So that's how we're going to leave the partridge class today. Is there any questions on those? And you can continue to type those while we move on to the best of variety. And if I see them pop up, I'll stop and answer them. Best AOV, I mean. So we're just going to go down the line again and look. The first female you see here that's on the colored rug, I think is an excellent bird with back. I think that's really important, as lots of these birds are lacking back. And I think that's something that we really need to keep in consideration is the back of the birds. And this bird has a nice tail to her. There's enough there. She's balanced. Her wings are held horizontal. Her legs are colorful, nice and yellow. Her face is a little pale, but that comes sometimes with no sunlight, like I mentioned earlier, but she has a nice yellow beak. I'm glad to see that on that bird. The next bird we see is the one on the wire floor. I think this bird has an excellent example of tail. Might be a little unbalanced and a little big comb, but he has a clean face and nice yellow legs. that I would like to see his wings held up just a little closer to horizontal. This bluebird, I've noticed lately that there's a lot of blue talks in terms of the Wyandottes and Cochins, and specifically those two breeds, but I can't zoom in anymore. So this bird looks to have got her head cut off in the picture and beak, so I can't quite tell what the top of her head looks like, but I know that blue is a very hard color to accomplish. I think this bird is a little light, but still has good lacing and type overall in that bird there. I'd like to see her legs just a little bit darker yellow with a little less of the black on the front. Next, the next one that we move into is this blue male in the bottom left corner. I think this is a killer of a Wyandotte in terms of the blue. He has the nice round shape to his breast and throughout his rear end. I'd like to see this bird hold his wings up just ever so slightly better, but I think that's being awfully critical of one that has a lot of potential and a lot of qualities that the Wyandotte judges and Wyandotte breeders are looking for. You can kind of see his comb. I like to see it toned down just a little bit, but that's being really, really picky there. The next bird that we're going to use or that we're looking at is going to be the gold-laced bird. I think gold-laced bantams are some of the best bantam Wyandottes you can get. They're just really pretty to look at. I'd like to see more tail on this bird, a little cleaner coloring throughout her thigh and her neck. I'd like to see a little better coloring in those two spots. I can't see her legs, but it looks to be like she has really short legs and a lot of feathers covering the thigh. I'd like to see that better. Good wing carriage, but good lacing where there is lacing. I enjoy to see that. And there just needs a little more tail. The male that comes next, this is one of those males that, what do you do with him? He's squatted down, but he also shows those attributes that we're looking for in Wyandottes. Tail that's a little rounded at the top, a nice clean face with a yellow beak. One that's maybe a little shorter than that of the fancy style Wyandottes that you're used to seeing win. But these are one of those birds that I really enjoy to see when looking at Wyandottes. That's one that we're definitely going to come back into consideration for. The nice yellow legs. I really like the way that one looks today. The next bluebird we're going to see has the same problem. I'd like to see more tail on her. There is a little bit of black or dark blue smudge in her wing feathers. I'd like to clean that up a little bit, but good color to the bird. Just would like to see her a little bit darker in terms of her color. Today, when looking at this AOV class, I think it's pretty easy for me. There's one that really sorts himself to the top, and that's going to be this blue male right here. I think he's one of those birds that just catches your eye pretty quick. The next one that we're going to use is going to be this white male we talked about. They have two completely different styles of Wyandottes, but I think they both are useful when using in our breed to improve genetics. The next one that I'm going to use, oh, there it is. Never mind. The next one I'm going to use is this white female here. I think she shows good attributes of a Wyandotte and what they should be, and that second and third bird really pair together really well. The next one I'm going to use is going to be the blue right here with their head cut off a little bit. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and say that it's nice and rounded with the correct coloring there, since the rest of her head is. The next bird that I'm going to use is going to be this white male here. I would like to see him hold his wings just ever so slightly better, but one that has a lot of good qualities in it. The next bird I'm going to use is the golden laced, and this is a really nice bird. Just it's hard to get around those solid colored birds with lacing if you have lacing. And then the next bird will be this blue here. Would like to see more tail on this bird to move her up any higher and maybe a little darker color to her.
Give me just a second to finish up all other varieties and moving them over, and then we'll be ready to move on.
Perfect. If we have any questions, now would be a great time to drop those in there. Anything from showmanship questions to anything that you have to ask, I will be willing to answer while we're waiting.
Okay, we're good to go with best Wyandotte.
Perfect. So I'm looking at these. I think the tops get really close here in terms of the three colored ones, actually. The Partridge, the Silver Lace, and the Blue. I think those are three really, really nice birds. But like I mentioned earlier, I think there's one bird here that really, really sorts himself to the top, and that's going to be this blue bird here. I think he has great tail angle. The only thing I'd change about him is I'd like to see more back on this bird. It's something that is easy to overlook, but I think I'd like to see more back on this bird. Better held wings, but a really nice tight bird in good color. The bird I'm going to use next is going to be the I'm going to go ahead and use the silver lace male. I think this is a bird that overall has good qualities. I'd like to see him stand up a little bit better in this picture. Good yellow legs, but a really nice bird for a colored bird. Same with the partridge. This bird right here is an outstanding example of what a Partridge Wyandotte should look like. I'd like to see her stand up just a little bit better here on these legs, maybe show a little bit more thigh here and on that one. So I have a question here from Catherine. The difference in types of the Wyandottes is caused by, so it's just genetics and breeding over time. It's really preference. And so it's unlike so a Wyandotte is actually an American breed. So we started it when, I guess when the Americans bred the Wyandotte. So we got what we wanted in it in terms of, sustainability, comb type, like everything that would make the perfect American chicken was supposed to be the Wyandotte. So it's not like the Orpington where we had to breed it back to the way that it would work best with the American temperature, humidity, all of that. But I think it just comes over time as when looking at the birds, you can tell which breeders like different things. I really like the male that comes in first. That would be a bird that I would use in my flock and not have a problem with. I would also use the partridge female that's in third, but they have two completely different styles. So I have a little bit of mix of everything in order to get that right in between thing. I think it's just based on how the breeders interpreted the standard on that. So then I'm going to use the partridge for third. The reserve silver lace is going to be fourth. The partridge reserve is going to be fifth. The partridge is going to be sixth. The white is going to be fifth.
You said the white is fifth?
Yes, the white is. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
The partridge is sixth. The silver lace is going to be seventh. And then it's going to go the black for eighth and then the black for ninth. But those are some really, really nice colored birds. So congratulations to whoever has the colored birds on this page, because those are some excellent examples of good color. The next breed we're going to look at is the Sebrights. I'm just going to go through and talk each and every one of these. Sebrights are something as a Wyandotte breeder you despise because they're the ones that can get you beat in class. So this bird here, it calls for a mulberry face. It's a little light color, has really good lacing, looks to be big for what a Sebright should be. Its tail is a little out of condition and needs a little more feathers there. So I'd like to see better condition in the tail there. The next bird that comes in has a really, really dark colored comb. And it looks like it's due to frostbite in the picture, but then it also just looks dark. But it has weird shapes and sizes to it. It's not quite even across the face, the top of the head, like I'd like to see. But that's a nice bird that has good lacing across the body. Tail and wings are nice. I'd like to see that hen drop her wings just a little bit when looking at the Sebrights. The golden lace male that comes next is a really nice male. That I think has good attributes to him, has the nice mulberry around his eyes, fades into more of a red. The farther away from his eye you get. Good lacing, though. If you look on those saddle feathers there towards the tail, they start to fade out of the lacing. I'd like to see that get a little bit back to a darker color around the lacing. The bird that comes next has really good lacing on its wings and breast, but lacks the lacing behind its head and on its saddle feathers, and needs a few more feathers and maybe some more feather growth there in order to be able to compete for the top spot today. The next male that we come to on the bottom left corner, I think, is one that has the right attributes, just needs maybe a little more time to grow and a little smaller comb, a little closer set to the head. The bird that comes in next, it's sitting on the wood block. I would like to see this bird pose its tail a little bit better and maybe a little less back in the bird. Lots of times the Sebrights will get too much back, and that is not a good thing there, but a nice, good colored face. The bird that comes next with the white background, I think, is a really bird that looks awfully big to be a Sebright. In order for it to be a Sebright. So I think there'd be some points deducted there. But like I said, it's just a picture. It could be just the way the picture was taken. The comb is really nice. The face is really nice on this bird. Like I said, sometimes these birds get too big of a back. I like to see that really narrowed down there and maybe a little more lacing in the tail. The female that comes next is an excellent example of the breed, has the nice lacing throughout every feather on her body, has nice dark mulberry face with the correct colors throughout her body, and one that holds her wings really well and has the correct style of just overall qualities of the bird. So I'm going to look up in here real quick. I want to make sure that I'm right on the golden Sebright. Need to be slaty blue, so that is correct. Maybe a little light in terms of her feet and leg color there. When looking at that, it looks to be the comb and face is the purplish red mulberry color there. So it's a really nice example of the breed in that last bird there. I think it's really easy for me. The two golden Sebrights here, this male with the wire behind it and this female here, are really nice examples of what this breed should be and are going to be moved up to the top. I'm going to go ahead and use the female. I think she has the best coloring in her and is in the best condition today. The male that's going to come next, I think, is a little light in terms of his gold color that's supposed to be on him, but a bird that I think is really nice and has good comb and face and features to him. I think it gets a little closer for third. I'm going to go ahead and use this silver-laced female here, despite her comb being a little off. That's a really nice bird there. The next bird comes down between these two here. I think that this bird, this silver-laced here, does a little bit better job at holding true to its characteristics with the gold lace coming up behind. Then it goes to this golden female, who I'd like to see a little better tail carriage on, but something that could fix over time, as well as a few good generations of breeding. I think it gets close between these two. I'm going to go ahead and use this golden Sebright here. I think he has better lacing and better body type compared to that of the bird that comes in last. In eighth place. But good Sebrights. Next, we move on to the D'Anver class. Like I said, if I'm going too fast and you see something that you're questionable about, just let me know, and then we'll see if we can get that answered. So the D'Anvers are something that I'm not necessarily familiar with, as, like I said, anything that has a rose comb that's not a Wyandotte is out to beat me, and I don't like it. So
you can just do the top 5 for this one too. You don't.
Okay. Oh, it's a Belgium. Okay, that explains. I'm trying to find it in my standard, but there you go. So when looking at these birds, we can see, I'm just going to go through the standard with you real quick because I need to freshen up on that as well. It says that these all look to be quail. Incorrect.
This one's a best of variety. So,
Okay, makes sense.
Yep, coming up, you have an all other variety, I want to say. Let me double check. Yep, you have an all other variety after this.
Okay, perfect. So the quail, it just talks about in here. So the comb, face, and wattles are supposed to be bright red. Beak is horn shaded with gray. The eyes dark brown. Beards and muffs with a brownish yellow. Shanks and toes shady blue. And then I'm going to go flip back here to the quail color. The quail color is one that's I know is very hard to get correct, as there are so many different things that go into it. So the female, chocolate black tinged with light yellow over skull is the head. I think this bird, just based on type, the bird that comes first that we're looking at needs to bring her tail up just ever so slightly, as we are looking for it to be at about 65 degrees above horizontal. So I'd like to see that bird hold its tail up a little better there. The bird that comes next, same thing. Like to see it hold its tail up a little better. Good coloring. Looks to be a young bird. There, nice face color, nice beard and muffs. The bird that comes next gets a little dark in terms of her color. Looks a little big. Could be a D'Anver. So the weight there might be a little big. The tail needs to come up just a little bit. The male that comes next looks awfully young. He has a lot of growing to do. A lot of color left to fill out there. Just a really young bird with a nice comb on that one. The bird that comes next I really like. I think this one has good tail spread, good wings. Would like to see its tail up just ever so slightly in its head to be able to be positioned again in that picture. The female that comes next, I think, needs more time and color. Brianna, there is a duplicate. Do you want me to just delete one?
Yep. Which one's the? Oh, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, they're both this.
Yeah.
Okay. This one has the good slatey blue legs that we're looking for, as well as tail angles. This bird is a nice bird overall. Just lacks a little bit of the color compared to that of the one in front. The bird on the bottom left corner, I like the way that his tail's angled. I'd like to see more of his tail there. I like the way that he has a little bit of back there with his wing carriage. It calls for the male wing carriage to be moderately long and broad, sloping downwards towards the hocks, so that is correct there. On the male wing carriage, that female that comes in next is awfully dark. I like to see that in some of the birds, especially this breed. I like to see that it has the dark coloring on it. The next two birds that we see, I don't think that they're very old. I think that they have a lot of growing left to do and have some maturity left. I'd like to see them have a little bit more feathers across their whole body there, but a good bird with good tail angles and good slatey blue legs. The male that comes next has a nice comb, nice tail angles, nice hackle, and a good back on him. I like to see that, and I like the way that he carries his wings. That's a really nice D'Anver there. The one that comes next, that bird should be moved over to the next slide, I believe.
Which one are you looking at?
This bird right here that I'm going to push down is a blue quail.
There were blue quail on the next slide. Okay, I can move it to all of the varieties.
Thank you. The two that we see next, once again, well, let's group them all together while we're here. That last one too.
Is that last one, is it truly the question I had when I was placing it, is it a blue or is it a black with a reflective shine on it? Because I thought it was blue, took a closer look, and I was like, I'm not sure.
I agree with that.
Are your neck feathering there, is that going to be blue or black on a blue quail? You have the standard.
So
it's not in the standard, but
the blue quail is in the standard.
It is?
Yep, it's an approved variety.
We've
Hold on
got
one second.
in here that look just slightly different.
Let me see, because I think it should go to. So yeah, that would be a blue because it has a defect of black in the hackle.
Okay.
So that's a blue. I call that one a blue, if that's good with you.
Yep. That'll get moved over to.
Perfect. So that narrows our class down here a little bit. But the last two here, I think, are both really young birds. I think that there's a little bit of breeding done here, or maybe this one has a little bit of blue in it too, but that is a black. So I'd like to see that one a little bit darker in its tail and saddle feathers there. Nice leg color though in all of these birds. I've noticed that across the board on this class, on this breed specifically. So just based off of just overall type and color, the breed that I keep, the bird that I keep coming back to is going to be this male right here in the center. Let me grab that correctly with my mouse. If I can get there. I think that bird is a good example of what the D'Anver should look like, especially in the quail variety. I think that one has really good color. The bird that comes next, I think, is just maybe a little too dark for the breed, but this female here, I would like to see that be a little lighter. This male is going to come next. I think he's lacking a few tail feathers, but is a nice overall bird to the breed. Hold on. I lost my board again. Hang tight. I lost my board, but I can't move stuff currently because I lost my board. But let me blow this up and I should be able to look at this while my other one is loading back. There we go. Hold on, I lost it. Here we go, right here. This bird. Not this bird. Hold on. Yes, this one is glitching. I'm going to put that bird fourth. I think she has the same problem as the bird that comes in second. She's really dark for a quail, but I think she has really good type, and that's important when looking at show poultry. The bird that's going to come next, I think it gets a little closer. I think all of these young birds have potential to be really, really good. They're just young. So I'm going to go ahead and use this older female here that shows a little bit more maturity. I'd like to see her tail up a little bit better with a little better color, but I'm just going to place 5. Is that good?
Sounds good to me.
Perfect. I'm going to move these guys down then. But those birds that all have the black background that look to be young, I would like to see those in the future with a little more potential when they're a little more feathered out. So if you have if those are your birds, please continue to push on those because those are nice birds. So now we move on to the AOV variety. This blackbird, I think, shows excellent qualities of type and shape that we're looking for in the D'Anvers. I'm starting with the black one there. The white one, I think, gets a little front heavy in terms of type and balance. I'd like to see that one even up just a little bit. The one that looks to be barred, that is not barred. Yes, it is barred. So, Bree, what did you say the rule was? If they're not, let me double check. If they're not in the standard, if they're not.
Yep. If they're not in the standard, it'll be by a proposed standard if they have it. If not, then judge it solely on type. And then they can't place any higher than a recognized variety for this show.
Perfect. Let me go back here. So, barred, actually, that is a really nice bird that is not a recognized variety in the APA. Which I'm looking at. So that is a really nice bird, though. The 2 blues that come next, that blue female is really, really nice. I liked her tail angle. and her back swoop that she has there. I'd like to see her drop her wings down just ever so slightly more when looking at it. The male that comes next looks to have, that's the one with the black and its hackle feathers. I'd like to see that one cleaned up just a little bit in order to be in contention today. But like I said, those birds, when they grow out, will be really, really nice. The black in the bottom left corner, I think it's a little unbalanced. I think he gets a little front end heavy in his front end, but one that I like his color is sheen on, good leg color. The female that comes next, legs are a little short for me, but she has a good type, and that is the mottled, black mottled, which is also not in the standard. No, it is. Mottled is in here. Where did mottled go? Page 253. But that's a really, really nice bird. Just lacks a little bit of the leg. The Millie that you see there, that one I'd like to see better condition in her tail. I'd like to see more tail feathers there. I like her color. I'd like it to be a little more evenly spread with the black than white dots on the plumage there. The blue that comes next, I think pictured as a little injustice with it turning away, but one that has good color throughout its front end and good type. Would like to see more tail feathers there when looking at that. The blue female that comes last, is last in our order here. I really like her color. She is a blue quail, which puts her in the AOV. I really like the way that one looks from the side profile, and has really, really good color, beak and leg color. So starting out, I'm going to use I'm going to start with this blue female that is under the 4th place here. She is young. I just want to see that bird mature a little bit more, and she would have potential outside of this variety here at in-person shows. The bird that comes next I'm going to use will be this blue in the bottom right corner right here. That is a really nice bird that I think if she would drop her wings just a little bit, she would be in contention for the 1st place here. The barred I'm going to go ahead and put at the end since the rest are recognized varieties, but that is a really nice barred. I'd like to see her drop her tail angle just a little bit. The bird that comes next, I think it gets a little closer in terms of just type and overall, but I'm going to go ahead and use this black. I think she has a little more leg than the bird that's going to come in 4th. I'd like to see her tighten up their tail just a little bit there. The next I'm going to use is the Millie. I think it's a really nice bird, and then we're going to go Millie, black, white, blue, and blue, just because I can't see much about that blue, but that blue will come in 9th place.
And before we get to Best D'Anver, I'm having a little bit of technical troubles on my end, so if you want to take some questions, now's a great time. I got to get my computer plugged in and stuff figured out. So
absolutely, please feel free to ask questions. And if I didn't answer your question, Catherine, go ahead and you can ask some more.
just out of random curiosity, are those chicks in the background that I'm hearing? You muted yourself.
Yes, so actually we do keep chicks in the house from about a day to a week old before they go outside into the barn brooder. And we had a nice little shed we built, but the AC went out on it, and we're trying to get all that fixed currently before we put stuff in there. We're going to put on a different system that has a split unit in it and an AC unit. That way, when it does get 100 degrees here in the summer, there is a backup plan just in case something happens. We'll have thermometers that run to our phones, exhaust fans. So we'll have a four different safety nets in order to make sure everything stays safe. But yes, they're living in the house currently.
Okay, we should be good to go for Best D'Anver. I just pulled top 6. If you want any others, let me know.
Perfect. So like I said, I think this one, we have chicks in the spare room because I thought I was just here. No, those are definitely mine. We have chicks everywhere. But it could be yours too, I guess. So I think it gets close between the top 2 here with the blue and the black. I think the black male shows a lot of good type and color and wing carriage. That female on the bottom, I think, shows all those attributes plus good leg color and comb. So I'm going to go ahead and use the blue female here and this male second. It gets a little closer between the next 2. I'm going to go ahead and use this quail. She's a little dark. I just would like to see her maybe lighten up there. We're going to go ahead and use this here for 4th, this male for 5th, and then the black will be 6th. But a really nice black D'Anver to finish out our breed there. And then we'll move on to all other breeds, right? Yes. So this is one of those that I went through and I looked ahead of time at, and I saw there was a bird in here that I think is, I'm not going to go through and talk them all before we get there. I think that there's one bird that I think deserves to be in the top spot pretty handily, and I think she's a really, really nice representation of what her breed should be, and that is this spangled Hamburg right there. That bird is an excellent, probably one of the better Hamburgers I've ever seen in the Bantams, and I've seen quite a few across the show world when going through birds, especially when I'm going through to look at the rose comb class. I think that bird is an excellent. She has good color, good type, good shape. Her face is a tick pale, but I think that is because if you can see, she looks to be in with a male. So one of 2 things, she's either young or she's in a breeding pen, and both of those are going to call for a light face. So I'm going to assume that's a hen and give her the benefit of the doubt on that one. But that bird is of excellent quality there. The next bird that we're going to move to is this black rose comb and this one here. Let me zoom back in. I think that it gets really close between these 2. I think those are both really good representations of their breeds and what they should look like. Let me get in here real quick. I want to make sure I'm right when looking at these. So the Dominique male has a little tail that's not quite as high set as we would like to see on these Dominecker males. The standard calls for about 45 degrees, and he's about 30. That's not too far off in terms of what could be, but the rose comb, the black rose comb male, it calls for 40 degrees, and he's about 40 degrees. I think it gets really close here. They both have good leg color, good head color, combs, all of that. I'm going to go ahead and use the Dominecker here. I think he has the overall better type, even though he doesn't have the tail set, but it does come really close down to it. Pull this one down here. So Dominecker is going to be second. I think I really, really enjoy the comb on that bird for a rose comb. This bird here, if I can find it, it's going to go in the 3rd hole. I think it's a really really nice rose comb there. It gets a little long in his back, but something that's easily fixable here. The bird that we're going to use in the next hole is going to be this Hamburg again, not hamburger. The all over the place. I think all of these birds that are left. Can you tell me what this bird is right here, Bree? The black female.
Both of those, I believe, are black Minorcas.
Okay, so actually, I was incorrect. I thought they were.
Wait, not Minorcas.
Let me pull my standard back up.
Humbly legged. I'm sorry. I was talking to two different people about that. Black Hamburgs. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. But to say, I was.
That's
okay.
On me.
That makes more sense now. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and use this male here. He has better tail spread. He does look a little big and has quite a bit of back to him. But that's something, a flat back. We'd like to see it angled up just a little bit. But that's something that's fixable. Good comb, good face. Would like to see his wattles free of wrinkles, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and use this female next and then this male. I think that those two black Hamburgs are nice. That the one that started it with the spangled, I think, was an awesome representation of her breed. Like I said, her face is a little pale, but that's okay. That's something we can work with. The Dominecker and Rosecomb that come after that are both really high quality birds, and I can't wait to see them when we get to the end here, which looks like we are here.
Double check that I have everything. I'm still having computer issues over here, so just kind of make sure that we've got one of each.
Yes.
We've got our D'Anvers, we've got any other breed. Is there any other birds you want to see?
Go ahead and bring the Rosecomb and the D'Anver, the third of each of those. The Rosecomb male, and then that third D'Anver, if you could.
Sounds good. My computer is just not behaving. We're gonna do it this way. You guys got to see what I've been doing in the background. There we go. We're gonna match all of these heights. Okay, so these two on your end are going to be your third place. And I'm just going to move ahead and move back so it's on the nice screen there.
Perfect. So I think nothing against the D'Anver here, but I think the first three birds that we see are excellent representations of their breed. But I think that there's still that one bird that I think really stands out to me as being the best representation of their breed, with great color, great tight, great overall quality of the bird. And that's going to be this Hamburg here. That is a really, really, really nice bird. And I'm glad to see one of those entered in the show, especially of that high quality. Next, it gets close between the Wyandotte and the Sebright. I think the Wyandotte could use a little better wing carriage. And the Sebright does a really good job at carrying its wings the correct downward slope, as well as its tail. Let me double check on that. I believe they're so the female tail is 70 degrees and hers is closer to 90. So I'm going to go ahead and use her in the third hole and him in the second, based on the tail carriage of both of these. I know he lacks wing carriage and she lacks tail, but I think he has overall better color just because he has the nice slate blue with the dark blue over the top. I think it gets a little closer when we get down here to fourth. We could use the D'Anver. I also really like the Dominecker. I'm going to go ahead and use that Dominecker male here in the fourth hole. Drop this one here. Him in the fifth hole. And then I think it gets a little closer after that. The Wyandotte male is going to be 6th. I like his color and type better than what we have left. And I also like this Sebright's type and color compared to that. He has a nice tail and wing carriage. And then it gets closer here. I'm going to go ahead and use the 2nd place D'Anver, rose comb, and then the 3rd place D'Anver. So that is going to be our RCCL class.
And congratulations, everyone, for making it into the top rose comb clean legged. The champion here, as well as the best of breed, will be receiving ribbons. The champion receives a rosette and certificates, and then gets to move on to champion row. So up next we have Featherlegs. It's a good time to stop for any questions if anyone has those. But I think we're good on that. So yeah.
Yeah, so we'll jump right into it. The Featherleg is the biggest class of the day, so just a heads up on that. The overall quality of these birds is outstanding. This first male, and yes, I am looking. This bird looks awfully big to me, and it looks like he falls out of the 20% range that we're looking for in the Brahmas, but this bird has excellent type, in my opinion. Nice round, nice tail angle on there, nice rounded feathers in his tail, good color in his saddle feathers and hackle feathers, nice lacing. I would like to see his wing color be a little bit more even compared to that of everything else on his the other buff color in him. So I'd like to see that a little better. I do like his overall type and quality, though, of that bird. The bird that's in the 2nd hole, I really like this bird. I think it's one that if he would stand up a little bit better, is a nice bird. I think he needs to be a little more balanced and hold his wings a little more horizontal, but one that overall is going to be a nice bird when he gets a little bit older. The next bird has really uneven color. I can't quite see him just based on the way he's pictured, but it's a bird that I think could have potential if you'd even that color up just a little bit and maybe get a side view of the bird. The bird in the bottom left corner, I like his tail angle there. I like how it stays broad and open. Brahmas are some of those breeds that I would like to see from a top angle to see if they carry their width throughout the entire way. I wish he'd bring his wings up just a little bit back to horizontal, but one that I think has potential moving forward. I think he has a really nice neck feathers, those hackle feathers there, and the way that they stop, I really enjoy that about them. Back to his neck and back, I really enjoy that. The next bird I think is a little light, and for a buff Brahma, I think she needs to be more of that darker, rich gold color versus the lighter buff color that you see in this bird. I think her tail angle's a little bit high, and the way it looks is it looks to be ever so slightly pinched, but that's something that happens a lot of times in the Brahma birds. It's just something that we need to correct as breeders and work our way out of. The bird that comes next is a little unbalanced in terms of her tail and her head. I wish she would lean back forward a little bit. That might help that. One that looks awfully heavy set, like I said on the earlier one. I think one that has good head shape and size to this bird. I enjoy the way that she's rounded throughout her breast and up through her tail and her rear end. The next bird, I really enjoy this bird a lot. He's balanced. He's clean looking. I would like to bring his wings up, but that seems to be a common theme in the Brahmas today. On our show, I enjoy the way that his hackle and saddle feathers have nice lacing and are clean. Like I said, I'd like to see his thigh and his breast to be a little more evenly colored with the rest of his body in that dark, rich, gold color. I think there's 2 birds in here today that really stand out to me. In order to place them, I'm going to move these guys around. These first 2 birds here that are the 2 males, I really enjoy both of these, and it just comes down to preference and since I don't know their size and I don't know what they weigh and all of that stuff, I'm going to go ahead and use this one that looks to be a little bit bigger here, and this male here. I think it comes down to wing carriage specifically on these two birds. That first bird has a good tail angle along with the second, but the wing carriage is not as good in that second bird. The bird that's going to come in third, I think it gets a little closer for this spot. It's going to be this male right here. He has the same issue, bad wing carriage, but good color and what looks to be good width of body. Did I skip? I think I skipped over this bird again. This female right here, one that looks to have that good Brahma Asiatic looking head, good clean color throughout her body, and nice tail. I would just like to see a little bit more tail on her there, but I'm going to leave her where she sits in the fourth hole. I'm going to leave her here in the fourth hole. I think that's one that has potential if she'll get her tail feathers back as she gets a little bit older. This bird here, I'm going to move into the fifth hole. I like to see his wing carriage a little bit better. I like his tail. Would like to see more tail feathers. But I really enjoy the way that his hackle and saddle feathers both carry that lacing. The bird that comes next is going to be this bird. It's going to be in sixth, seventh, and eighth. I'd like to see that bird that's in sixth be a little more balanced while evenly carrying her color. Seventh, I would like to see that bird with a darker color and a little more balanced in terms of her tail and looks to be a little pinched. The bird that comes in eighth, I would like to see with a little better picture, and maybe can move him up in some placings today. So we move on to the Langshan class. I think this is one that there's two birds, the last two birds, the one that's under the fourth and fifth hole, that really stand out to me in terms of just overall quality of the bird. So on the Langshan males, you're looking for anywhere, I believe it is about 75 degrees. So that one's a tick high in terms of its tail angle. The bird that's in the fifth spot with the female, you're looking at about the same, about 70 degrees, I believe, in order for them to set correctly on the tail angles there. So I'm going to go ahead and just move those girls. Okay, hold on. I'm going to run back to Bree. Could you flip back to the Brahmas real quick?
Absolutely.
I think it's really preference there, Catherine, on the buff Brahmas. I think for me, I really enjoy the color of the fourth bird over the bird of the fifth bird because it's more even in terms of just overall evenness of the color. You can see that its back, breast, and under its tail are all the same color versus that of the bird in sixth, where she gets a little lighter the deeper you go on her body. There we go. So I think to me, this best of breed. So we have what looks to be a blue and four blacks there. I think these two easily find their way to the top. It's just a matter of which one do you like more in terms of color, shape, and size. The color is pretty easy since they are both black. It's something that's pretty easy to catch. But then look at their face. Is it that dark cherry red? The female has a little bit of black under her eye. So I'm going to go ahead and use the male for our first place, and the female for second. I think it gets a little closer here. I'm going to go ahead and use this female for third since she does have a better tail angle, and that's really important in the Langshans. So then I'm going to use this one since she does have that higher tail angle, and then this blue Langshan here that's a little that's flat through her back. And maybe has a little too much breast in terms of, once again, maybe they were fed before the show or before pictures were taken there. So the first and second bird, Bree, you are the ones that you can move. And then we can move on to, there we go. Ooh, D'Uccle time. So, like I said, if I'm going too fast, just let me know. But I just don't want to have to be here all day and take everybody's time. But I think these birds sort themselves fairly easy in terms of what the standard calls for. Brie, are we missing a Langshan? She said that it says 6, but there's only 5.
Nope. Originally it said 6. I got an email from one of the exhibitors about removing their bird, so it went down to 5.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Emmy. So when going through these D'Uccles, I got themselves pretty easy. These 2 females here, this one and this one, sort their ways to the top. Yes, I understand that they are both very different type birds like we talked about, but I'm going to work my way from the bottom up. I'm going to leave this bird here in 5th. I think it lacks maturity and color. It needs some time to fill out. Same with this female here, but I'm going to move her in the 3rd spot because I believe that this male here has the same thing. They just need more time to fill out and finish their molt. But this female right here, I'm going to use first. I think she has the best color qualities overall compared to that of the bird that comes in 2nd. I think her tail angle is correct. She has nice vulture hawks compared to that of the bird in 2nd that I don't quite know if they're there. I think they are. And her tail angle, her color, overall, that's a really nice Porcelain D'uccle class there. So, okay, here comes our really big class. I already came through here and decided quite a few that, I say quite a few because there's quite a few that are awfully good in here that I would like to see do and place well. It comes down to the little things in this class. Tail angle, just overall color. There is a male in here to me that really, really stands out. A bird that I think is excellent in terms of breed characteristics. And I'm actually going to go ahead and place him to win the class. This bird right here. If I can get a hold of it. Hold on, I'm glitching out. That's going to be our 1st place bird. That one handily comes in 1st. Has a really nice tail angle, color, wing set, all of that. Has really, really good everything. And I don't see very many flaws on that bird in terms of the outer side of that. Like I said, some of these I wish I could handle so I can get an idea of what they feel like. His tail angle is a tick high, but nothing to be crazy concerned about. One that easily finds his way to the top. The birds that come next, I think it gets a little closer for 2nd. There's a few females in here that need some second looking, so I'm going to pull them up and then I'll talk the rest. And hold on just 1 second. Okay, we're back. Sorry. So that male to me really, really sticks out just in terms of his cleanliness, how well his feather condition is taken care of. And I don't know who owns that bird, obviously, but whoever it is, you should be very proud of the male that you have raised or have conditioned in that way. There's another male down here that holds his tail a little low. So maybe that's one that you could work with there. I agree, Brandon. That bird really, really stood out to me in terms of just overall appearance. But like I said, there will be birds here that don't place today that are in this Millie class that are excellent examples of what it should be. So I'm going to go through, and there's a few birds in here that you can't see very well just based on pictures. And I'm going to minimize them to the bottom. So this bird in the bottom right corner, I can't see very well. It's hard to judge. So those birds are going to be moved down for that reason. This bird right here is too much color in her. She doesn't have enough orange and isn't enough evened out there. This bird that I'm pulling down right now doesn't have the type and quality that we're looking, the type and overall kind that we're looking for. I think that's a nice bird. This needs maybe some time to grow. That's a good question. And yeah, I apologize if I said that incorrectly. Bree, is that correct? Do you know?
With frizzle, we're keeping them in the same. I believe it says in the standard, frizzle is treated like a feather condition versus a feather variety. I could be wrong in that. I don't have the standard here with me. It's also, for that reason, frizzle is accepted in any variety. And on any bird, there is no limit to what can or can't be a frizzle, so I place them in Millie, Fleur.
Thank you. I agree with that. So there's that bird. This bird right here, I think, has too much orange in her. Like I said, we're getting down to the nitty, like we're picking little tiny things just because of how the overall quality of these birds is. I believe the same thing is happening in this bird. There's too much orange and not enough of the black and white tipping on that bird. This bird, her tail angle isn't quite where I want it to be. One that also has a weird shadow, but she has really good color. I like that bird. There's another bird that has too much orange, but she has enough quality in tail angle and body and vulture hawks to leave her where she is. This female that I'm moving down right now, I think lacks the overall type that I'm looking for in the Millies. I think her tail angle is a little low and her wings are a little high for her to be where she is to place any higher today. I actually, while we're on the frizzle topic, I really, really like this bird here. I think it's one that shows the frizzle, shows great quality. I'm going to leave him up there for final placing. Like I said, the frizzles are one that's really hard to judge just because their feather quality is different. So I'm going to pull him up to be judged there. Leave that female, leave that male. I'm going to pull this female down here. I don't like the way how unbalanced she is. She's really heavy in the front and not heavy in the back. So I'd like to see that there. Same with this bird, heavy in the front, not enough in the back in order for me to place her any higher today. And once again, if you're one of these birds that's getting pulled down to the bottom, just remember that the birds ahead of you are like really, really high quality birds. And there's something good about every bird in here. I'm going to pull this bird up. I think this bird needs more time and growth to place any higher today. I think it's one that has good color and has great potential. This bird I'm going to place above her has a little bit of, has too much of a tail. I'd like to get rid of that. Good color overall. I would like to see a little bit more body to that bird. The bird that I'm going to place next to it, I think just needs better condition, better tail feathers in order to place higher today. I'm going to leave this bird down here too for the same reason of I think the bird's tail is a little high. And since there is so many birds, we do have to get really picky with those.
Jumping in when you're done, we had a comment on the D'Anvers. So we can go back to that when we're done with Millie, Fleur here.
Okay. So I think this bird that we're going to leave down here, I think once again has too much orange and not enough type to cover for that orange. So that's why we're going to leave her down here today. The bird that's we're going to pull down next is this bird right here. I think it's one that could use a little better tail condition today, but one that you can definitely work with in the future. Same with this bird here. I'd like to see more tail on this bird when looking. And so if any of you are curious, what I'm doing is I'm just going through and picking out birds that aren't going to make the cut. That way they're easier to look at. All the birds are really nice. I just think that there's so many in here where you have to be really, really picky. This bird here, I don't like the way let me pull that picture up bigger. So I actually am going to take that back about that bird here. I'm going to keep that bird up here. And I'm going to pull this one down. I don't think that one's quite as good. Her tail spread's a little wide for what we're looking for. This next bird here, her tail's a little too high. So I'm going to put her down here with them. And I'm really impressed with the overall quality of these birds here. I'm going to pull these back out. Let's see where we're at. I think this bird that I'm going to pull down next lacks. I did it again, Bree. I don't know how I did this. Never mind, I got it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. This bird lacks some tail conditioning here. Just remember when you go to big shows, especially, condition is really important, as conditioning, that's what it can come down to. So I did leave this bird up here, but I'm going to move it back, as I do think that is a little high on her tail, and she's a little orange there, low on her tail, excuse me. So that is there. There's that. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I'm going to pull this male back down. I don't like the way his tail is set so low. I would like that to be a little bit bigger there. The next bird I'm going to move down is, trying to get them all close together so I can see what, this bird right here. I don't like the way her wings are set. They're a little high for a Millie D'Uccle, and her tail is a little spread for what I'm looking for. And I'm just meaning like her tail is from top to bottom is pretty wide for what we're looking for in the Millie females. I'm going to go ahead and use this female. Let me get this blown back up. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use this one. I'm going to go ahead and use this female here. For second, I think she has good beard, muffs, color, and overall quality of that bird. The next bird I'm going to look at is this bird here. I'm going to put her in third. I think these are all, wait, that's the one I need. These are all really, really nice birds. We're just looking for the little things. I really enjoy the way that this bird looks from the side profile. I think her tail angle is pretty good. She has good coloring she does get a little light in her head there, but I think it's something that we have to compromise for down the road. I'm going to use this male fourth. I think that male is a really good male. Let's see what else we got left here. And in fifth, I'm going to go ahead and use this female here. I think she shows the best attributes overall in terms of color and shape that we are looking for in these birds. Three. So I'm just going to place the top 5 there, but I'll go back there and talk them real quick. The male that comes in first, I think, is handily wins it. I think it's one that has good tail and good overall. So the first male, I think, was the easiest one to place there. The one that comes in second, I can't wait to see that thing at the end in the FEATHERLEG class champion. The one that comes next, I think her tail angle is a little low, but I think she has really good color, beard, and muffs there, and I think her color and all that makes up for the tail angle. So we're going to use her second. The one that comes in third has a little white on her head, but everything else makes up for it. And so that's the flaw that I see in her. The one that comes next, his tail angle, once again, is a little high. He's not as flashy as the ones that come in front of him. And so the one that comes in fifth, I like her tail angle, a little black in her tail, gets a little close to her back. I'd like to see that a little more orange before fading into that black color, but a really, really nice class of Millies to sort through there. So we did have Brianna, if you want to hop on here, and we can go back there if you would like.
Yep. We'll jump back. We had a person email me. It's not on the Facebook or YouTube comments, but about cuckoo being a recognized color in our D'Anvers. So and did a Bard is not recognized, but cuckoo is. So I'll test it. In all other varieties. So if that's going to change placings or affect top 2 at all, just let me know. It sounded like it would change where it would place in the best of breed, but I don't know if it would affect overall class rankings or not.
Do you want me to change it? It'll change in the AOV class. Do you want me to change that?
Yeah, if you want to place it where it would stand in AOV, if it placed the top 2, then it would go to rose comb clean leg, and we'll come back to it afterwards.
It's going to place 6th.
Awesome. Okay, we can go back to Millie, Fleur if you don't have any other comments on it.
Nice bird, just a little too much tail angle today to move up any higher. But I do like and thank you for whoever sent that email, and I appreciate it that we're all just trying to learn, and we're human. We make mistakes. Trying to go back to the Millies. So yes, those top 5 are outstanding birds, and quality is there. I can't wait to see those top 2 when we get to the class champion. Moving into the AOV class, we see that there is what variety are the 2 on the ends considered? This one and this one?
I am not sure on that. They did not include it in their description underneath. By the looks, my guess would be a porcelain or a lighter color with another dilution on top of it, but that's from a genetics standpoint.
Self blue. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know if they're quite self blue, but they might be.
We'll just play them as self blue if that's good. So just going through these really quick. The first one, the first male that shows up, I would like to see better tail angles on this bird and more tail feathers there. He does look a little bit out of condition, but once again, he looks like he's in a breeding pen, which is where he should be. So that is okay. And the bird that comes in next has really good feather quality. She just looks awfully young for – hold on one second. Now I'm curious. Okay, Randy, that's what I was thinking, but they're not in the standard is why I was looking. So I do think they are silvers. But the bird that's in second, I think, has really, really good qualities in terms of feather quality and overall looks, but she is really young, has good vulture hawks. I would like to see her tail fill out a little bit better and stand up a little bit better on the tail angles. The male that comes in next, I think his wing carriage as well. His vulture hawks aren't as strong as I'd like them to be because you can't see them behind the feathers of the wings, which I'd like to see that a little bit better. The tail angle is really nice. I would like to see that tail a little bit more full, though, when looking at it. Back to the bottom left corner, these 2 females are really nice. I like the way that they both carry themselves and through their front end. I'd like to see the tail angle on the first bird slightly up just a little bit and maybe give a little more feathers in the tail there and make her beard and muffs ever so slightly bigger. The two silvers here, I think they are silvers is what I'm going to go with, is because what they look like to me. So these are project birds, so the colors are hard to get every now and then. But the male is nice comb, nice tail feather. I'd like to see better condition and more tail feather there. The female is actually a really nice bird in terms of type, nice vulture hawks, nice wing carriage, nice tail. So with that being said, since they are a project color, they can't place any higher than any of the other varieties, which are all recognized. So I'm going to switch these two here. I think the female's better than the male in that terms. The female that does it, the bird that does it the best for me today is this bird right here. I think he has the best color, comb, and type on the birds that are left. Then we're going to use this male here. I think it's one that finds himself pretty easily at the top. This bird is going to be 5th here. I like to see more feathers on her. This bird is going to be 4th. Yes, she has a better tail angle than the bird that comes in 3rd, but I like the way that the bird in 3rd carries herself better. It's going to be 6th and 7th. And thank you guys for letting us know what those are and working with us on that.
Give me a couple seconds just to carry over those all other varieties. Anyone have questions on birds in general, the placings, how it's going, anything like that, go ahead and comment them below.
I think we're ready.
Yep, we're good to go. I pulled top 2. If you want more, let me know.
Bring about 4 more. Not really. Bring the top 5 of the Millies, please.
All top 5?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So once again, there's a bird in here that really stands out compared to that of the rest. And I think that is this male bird of the Millie variety. That's one that just really stands out compared to the others in the when looking at their type and kind. But I do think that it gets a little closer for 2nd and 3rd. I think the Millie hen that we have here is our 2nd bird. I think she has a little bit better color, type, and her beard and muffs is fuller, which I enjoy that about her. But the further we get down in here, you have to recognize that this porcelain here is a really, really nice bird. We're just needing to strengthen her tail up just a little bit. We're going to put her in 3rd. 4th, we're going to go back to this Millie here. 5th is going to be the Millie here. I think the Millies did an excellent job of doing having a really nice breed representation. Here, the porcelain bird is going to go 7th. This Millie is going to be 6th. And these two birds are going to stay like this through 7th and 8th. So that's the best of breed there. And it is now moving on to Cochins. I believe we're just going to start with this top left corner and work our way across. So like some of the other birds today, I'd like to see that Cochin's comb clean up just a little bit better. There's quite a few spikes on there, or points, however you'd like to call them. I would also like to see his tail fill out just a little bit better, as that bird does want to narrow up through his tail. I'd also like to see him bring his wings up horizontal. This is a bird, though, that I think the Cochin specifically, they all drop their wings. So it's not a huge deal when judging, but that is something that we need to improve as breeders. The bird that comes in next, really nice. She looks to be the correct age to show. She just looks a little dirty and not so fresh here. That could be to many reasons. I like the way that she comes into her tail. It does get a little point at the back. I'd like to just round that off and drop it straight down. I do like her chest and her breast, how they come down to the ground in order with the feathers. Nice full feathers, nice clean head, clean front end with the white feathers across the top of her face and head, along with the bright red comb and wattles and yellow beak. The bird that comes next, I think, doesn't hold together as well as the other birds. I think this is one of those that is a really, really white bird that has good shape and type to it. I think I'd like to see those wings held up just a little bit better together, but a nice rounded tail on that bird. The bird that comes next, I think, lacks the tail that we're looking for in Cochins. She has tail there. We just like to see a little bit more. And the top of her head gets a little flat. I'd like to see that a little more rounded with her wings held up just a little bit better. The bird that has the blue background here, I think, is a really nice bird that carries his width across the way. His comb does get a little heavy on top of his head. It looks to be a little thick in a few spots, but all his points are there. Nice tail and leg feathers, as well as a clean white bird. That's a really nice male there. The male that comes next, I'd like to see him clean up his comb just a little bit, straighten those up, bring up his wings just a little bit, and not round off so much in terms of those last 4 or 5 feathers in his tail. If those would just round and then drop instead of just rounding off back into himself there, I'd like to see that happen there. The bird that comes next has the opposite problem in his tail. He wants to get a little flat. I'd like to see those just round out just a little bit more. Nice comb on the bird, though, in terms of Cochin combs. I like the yellow beak, bright red face, and wattles on those birds. The bird that comes next, I like the comb on this bird. I'd like to see the front, though, just a little bit longer in its points. His tail gets a little flat, too, when looking at it, just from a rounded standpoint. And it might be a little better if I was to get these birds from a better side view. Today, I think there's 2 birds that I think really stand out compared to that of the rest. And that is these 2 birds here, the 2 at the top. I think it comes down to overall appearance, chest, and I would like to see these birds and maybe handle them in person at some time. But I'm going to go ahead and use the male here. I think he fills out the best and rounds off better than the bird that's going to come in second. I think those are 2 really nice birds, though. The bird that's going to come in third is going to be this female here. And then we're just going to work our way down the line. I'd rather have round than flat. So we're going to go with the more round tail, as that's really important in the Cochins. 5th, 6th. And then these 2 are going to be 7th and 8th. I think that bird has a little bit better tail and width on them. So I'm going to do that right there. And that's going to be our final placings on the white Cochin class.
How many do you want pulled over for best of breed?
The top 2 is good. 3. Take 3. The next variety we're looking at is blue. Once again, that's one of these varieties that's really, really hard to look at in terms of get the correct coloring on the birds. From the top left corner, we see a bird that's really dark blue and points a little bit in her tail. I like her overall color. I would just like to see a little better tail and head on that bird, as she does get a little narrow in her head. Looking at the 2, are you looking at 4th and 5th place on the Cochins that you think they're the same picture, or 5th and 6th place is what it looks like? Give me just 1 second. I can zoom in and look at that. I think you might be right. Yes, those are the same picture. You are correct. I just went ahead and deleted that one, and then we'll slide these girls out. But yes, thank you. So moving back onto the blues, I think that first one pinches in her tail, has a slightly small head compared to her body. Like to see that one clean up there, but I do like her blue color. Would like to see a little more slaty in the middle and not so dark. The next one doesn't do very well just because of the color of the sun hitting her. She looks to have leakage in her. I don't know if that's the sun or actual leakage, but one that we could clean up in its head for sure. Nice round tail, maybe more of a needs more feather all over. A frizzle here, I think a really nice frizzle, one that doesn't have as much tail as we'd like to see, one that's clean and would like to clean up its comb just a little bit, but a good blue frizzle there. The blue that comes next I think is really, really young. She doesn't look to have the tail that the other birds in front of her had. I'd like to give her a little more tail there and clean up her breast and feet area in terms of overall color. So the bird that's going to be in the bottom left corner with the red background, I think, is more of a utility type. Doesn't quite have the color we're looking for, and is a little flat when it comes to the back and tail of the bird that we see. The blue that comes next, I think, is one of the birds that lacks color. He's a little light, but a bird that I think overall has excellent qualities, good head, good eye color, but if really, really good type and nice wing carriage on that bird. The bird that comes next, I think, lacks a little bit of tail and back. I would like to see a little more back on this bird with more tail, but I do think a nice bird to go with there with a nice comb. The birds that it comes down to are, there's a bird that easily passes in my mind in the first place, and that's this blue female right here. I think that's one that does an excellent job at keeping her type and kind true. The bird that we're going to use next, I think I'm going to have to follow her up with this bird. They make a good pair. One that I think I really like, but just like to see more tail on. The bird that's going to come in the next hole is going to be this frizzle. I do like to see more tail on that one as well, but nothing extreme. This bird is going to be fourth. I would like to see that tail a little unpinched. And then we're going to go ahead and use this frizzle for fifth. I think she just needs more time to mature. Then sixth is going to be this bird. Maybe if the picture wasn't taken in the sun like that, it might be able to move up a few places. That way I could see if it had leakage in that bird or not. So that is the final placings there. So the AOV, I think a few of these really stand out, and I'll just talk those. This first bird that comes out is really nice. I like the way that he carries his wings compared to most Cochin males. I like to see his saddle feathers and tail feathers fall down in the back to cover, to fix the V shape that he kind of has, and a little bit more breast there, but a good comb and good color. The bird that's in the second hole has a good eye color. And good overall shape to her. I'd like to see her bring those wings up a little bit. It looks like she might start to have slip wing, which is an issue. The bird that comes next gets really flat out of his rear end. I'd like to see that fixed a little bit and drop his breast down a little bit so it's more rounded like a Cochin should be. The frizzle that comes in next, I think, is a nice one that once again needs more tail. And he does get a little unbalanced, and that could also just be the frizzle feathers, because instead of going backwards like a normal Cochin, they're going to go forward and lose the shape to the tail. The two frizzles that come next are awfully similar. They don't have very many, they don't have a ton of tail on them, but I think they're both really young birds with the bright orange face with the bone-colored beak. Moving back down to the left corner, we see one that has good tail, doesn't carry his wings quite as well. I would like to see his comb fixed just a little bit to be more straight instead of curvature with his head and more points. The bird that comes in next, the way the picture is taken, it isn't great just based on the angle. I like the way he carries his wings, and I like the way his overall type is. That's a nice bird that I wish he was just taken from a better side angle view. a red frizzle here that comes in next. She's lacking feathers on her head, and her tail gets more pointed than rounded. And so I'd like to see that bird round off in her tail a little bit better and have a better head. The bird that comes in next is one of the birds that is in contention to win this variety here. This bird, even though the picture isn't great, you're able to see the overall roundness of the birds that we're looking for, as well as, let me get this picture pulled up real quick. You can see the roundness, how full of feathers she is, how nice and clean her face is, and how her breast drops to the ground. And for me, that's going to be really important in the Cochins, is how well their type is. The next two birds, I think, need a little bit more time to condition and a little bit more tail feathers there. I wish the last bird would bring up his wings just ever so slightly to help his placings there. But I think it comes down to one today that really stands out to me. Even though the picture is not great, I'm going to go ahead and use I lost it. I'm going to go ahead and use this female here. I really like the way that bird is set and is rounded and how wide she is across the top. I think that's important in the Cochins as well as the Brahmas that we mentioned earlier. The next bird, I think it gets a little closer for second between these two males in the bottom left corner. I'm going to go ahead and use this one with the green grass. I think that bird does an excellent job of staying rounded and wide throughout the whole thing. Putting this bird in third. I'm just going to place, let's go 6. And then fifth place is going to be this black male there. 7th, we're going to move back to this female right here. I think if she'd bring her wings up, she could be contention for higher. And 6th is that female. That male right there. Just wish he'd get a little more rounded in his tail instead of dropping off flat. Oh, hold on. That bird right here is red. She needs moved over. Yes. Here we go. So I'm going to go through and give points on all these. There's 2 or 3 that really bring their way to the top, and I'm just going to bring those up there. Both these bards have really nice round bodies that I really like about them. The silver penciled one that I'm going to put right here, well-rounded body. I'd like to see her round off. Drop down in her tail just a little bit more. And those are up there. This black model here, and then the rest have more of a flat style type that I would like to see. I'm just going to place the top 5 and I'll pull the rest down. So like I talked to this red, tail points more up. Since, let me go back and look. Since barred and silver penciled are both recognized as well as the black mottled, all the Millies won't be able to place. So like this Millie here, this Millie, this Millie, this Millie, I won't be able to place over them. This model here, I think, is a little young and could use some more time to finish out, as well as a picture taken over a side angle. This bird needs tail with the red. Moving back to the left, that Millie bird there is really, really nice. I just wish it didn't have so much black in its neck and was a little more rounded. The bird that comes next is really utility type and isn't as rounded at all as I'd like to see. The bird that is the little mottled with the black on top and bottom, I would like to see that bird stand up and maybe be a little bit bigger in terms of size. That's one that I think is lacking that. The bird that comes next, I think, is one that is nice in terms of color. I would like to see that bird more of a Cochin show type than the utility type that it brings today. This next bird, once again, way too much black and would like to see more roundness. That next bird is a really nice bird. He can't place today due to not being a recognized variety. the bird that is right here. Once again, black, doesn't have enough tail today. Silver laced, lacing not quite there to get around the birds in front of it. These next two birds that you see here are both really pointy-tailed with a little color issues there. This next barred frizzle is lacking a little bit of tail and it needs its comb cleaned up just a little bit to move up any higher today. The bird right here, this Millie looking one, needs a little bit more black to her, but she has really, really good type in terms of her shape and size, and then the red with the flat tail. So the bird that easily comes to the top today for me is this barred bird right here. I think it has the best type as well as color. Then it gets a little closer after that. I really like both of these silver pencil birds. One just has way better color today, as well as a better comb than the bird that's going to come in third. This bird right here has better color, so we're going to leave her there today. The next bird is going to be the barred in third. I think this bird has the best characteristics in terms of comb and shape compared to that of the bird that comes in fourth and fifth. Fifth is a nice bird, but is lacking the color qualities of that bird in front of it. I believe that is it. Perfect. Yep.
We'll have to pull some up, so if there's questions, now's a good time. How much do you want for each breed up there? Top 3, top 2?
Just go ahead and take just 2 unless they're white. Yeah, leave the 3 whites, but then the rest can be 2. I believe we are ready. So I think there's one bird in here that I think really stands out compared to that of the rest. One that I think is easily, handily the winner. Even though the picture is not great, I think this black pullet or hen, black female here, does an excellent job at staying true to the Cochin type with the tail, with the head slightly above the tail, and staying rounded and full throughout the breast as well as to the rear end and the tail feathers, as well as good coloring with a solid black with a nice sheen. The next one is going to be this white male here. One that I think does an overall job of keeping, once again, true to the breed and rounded. I would like to see him positioned up just a little bit better in the picture today. This black is going to go ahead and be third. Blue is going to be fourth. I think the black and blue both need a little bit of work on their type as well as the color and the blue here. I'd like to see that third place bird have a little bit more tail to him and bring his wings up just ever so slightly. This white bird is going to be fifth, and that'll do it. That white bird, it was going to be fifth. I'd like to see her drop down in her rear feathers under her tail there and make a nice round ball versus a body with a ball as a tail. Moving on to the silkies, I'll just go through and talk each one real quick. The silky, I like the way how round its head is on top of its crest is on top of its head. I'd like to see a little more round in that tail, but a nice clean white bird that is kept well, along with the second bird who's nice, clean, and white. I'd like to see the front of that crest stay up just a little bit better. And the tail, nice way to stay rounded, clean bird there. The bird that comes in, that is in the third from the left on the top, I think stays true to the breed with the round crest, round body. I'd like to see its feather, its wings held up just a little bit better, and like to see its tail just be a little bit bigger than that in order to keep the bird balanced. The bird that comes in third, I really, really like the head on this bird. It's darn near perfect in terms of roundness and cleanliness. I also really enjoy the back on this bird, even though there is quite a bit of it. I do think back is important, just maybe not so much as to what this bird has. The bird that comes in third is a little more utility type with a straight front and a straight tail and a small crest. I'd like to see those blown up into the bigger. We could get the feathers there. The bird that comes in next, I think, is in the top right corner. Is a really, really nice bird. I'd like to see a better crest on that one and a better tail, but nice back, nice roundness to the bottom, and a way to keep that bird clean. The bird that's going to come in, Bree, could you move your mouse? It's saying pips and chicks over the top of one of them. But the bird in the bottom left corner, I think, has a nice head. I'd like to see a little more tail on that bird and not slope downhill. But one that I think has potential that could be young right now. The bird that comes in next is a really young bird with a nice crest. That one has potential if it gets any bigger when it gets more mature. The bird that's in the center on the bottom is a nice bird that I'd like to see a little more onto the crest to kind of cover up those eyes, make it hard for that bird to see. And that's how you know if your crest is big enough, if your bird is having trouble seeing. The bird that's in the fourth hole on the bottom, I think has a nice crest. Once again, like to see more tail on that bird and overall on that bird. We could work on roundness. There we go. Thank you. And then the bird that comes in the fifth hole on the bottom, I think could use a little bit more tail with a nice crest and maybe be a little bit cleaner in order to get up there today. The bird we're going to start with is going to be this bird right here. I think one that's handily wins it. It's clean. It's easy to look at. The bird that comes next is going to be this bird solely based on its crest. I think that's a really nice bird with a nice crest on that one. I'm going to use this showgirl next. As I do believe that bird has the best qualities in terms of head and tail structure and roundness. Bird that comes between these two for fourth and fifth. I think they both lack a little bit of tail but have a nice crest, but I think this bird right here has a little bit better crest. So I'm going to leave him placed just like that. So yes, I placed first. I think it was the best, most round in terms of staying true to the breed. The second was a bad picture but had a really, really nice crest. I'd say almost perfect. The bird in third, I think needs a little bit more tail there, but has a nice crest as well. The bird fourth and fifth both need a little bit more tail and head, but both are the closest to the standard in terms of what is here today. Moving on to the buff class, I think this first one, this first bird that you see here is actually a really nice buff. I'd like to see more of a rounded tail versus just a stuck-up tail like maybe a Wyandotte. Same with the second bird. It has more of a tail than a fluff ball, and I would like to see more of the fluff ball term in the tail there and a more round crest versus that flat top. The bird that comes next looks awfully young and has very little tail. I'd like to see that bird round off a little bit better there and more to the crest. The bird that comes next is a bird that lacks in terms of tail overall and top of the crest, which are two really important things, but holds his wing really well and a good color. The bird that comes next, I think, is a little dark. I also think that there's potential in the tail there, but it's lacking a little bit. But the nice crest on that bird. The bird that comes next has tail and crest, is fluffy and has an even color across. So that bird easily wins it for me today. Is this bird right here. The bird that comes next is actually this bird. I think it's one that is closest matches it. And then follows this bird here. And then this bird. this one, and then back to this one just because its tail isn't quite rounded off like we would like to see in a silky. But the top 3 in there, go ahead and just take the top 2, Bree.
Sounds good. And then as far as your class-wise, do you want the top 2 from each breed?
The top 2 from each breed except the Millies bring the 3. I mean, except from the D'Uccles bring 3.
Okay, sounds good.
So how many we got left here? Oh, what I hit. Okay, hold on. I'm all over the place. Let me get back to it. I'm back in the Old English. So next we should have another variety of silkies. We're getting there. I got stuck back on the Old English.
This one should be frame 46 if it helps.
Okay, yeah, there I am right there. Perfect. I see you.
And
Perfect.
for anyone watching, we're going to take a break after we're done with silkies. It should be a 10-minute break. It's a lot of silkies to go through, a lot of birds in the featherleg class. So, yeah, just a break to kind of reflect.
So starting with the blacks, I'll just talk these guys really quick. I think the first bird has a lot of leakage in it. It might just be the sun too that's bleached in. I'd like to see that bird more of a solid black color in terms of the color wise. I think he has a nice tail. Would like to see a little more to the crest. I do like the breast. It is a little low, but I do like to see that in the silkies. The 2 birds that come next are awfully similar. They have nice crest, but do lack a little bit of tail and have a little extra back that I don't like to see in the birds. The bird with the wooden background looks to make sure I'm correct on this. Has a good tail. Looks to have a little bit of leakage of white down through its breast, but that might just be the undercoat with maybe a little better condition that might be covered up and would look a little better from the outside. The bird that comes next is a really nice bird that's rounded throughout every aspect of the bird, which I really like to see in the Cochin. In the silkies. Rounded head, rounded tail, and rounded body is something that's important in the silkies. The bird that is in the top. Oh, that is the top right corner. I think it's really young and lacks a little bit of tail and crest, but I think one that once it fills out will be really a nice bird. The bird in the bottom left corner that's sitting on the chair, I think has a nice crest, but lacks a little bit of the tail where he wants to get just a little flat there. Same with the bird that's on top of the shaving bag right there. The crest is a little indented in the middle. I'd like to fix that up, as well as the tail, but one that I think has nice color and a good stature to the bird. The bird that comes next is really nice with a nice head, a nice crest on the head, as well as good deep black color and a good tail. It does get a little flat on top, but that's something that we can work with there. The bird next to that on the bottom right corner has a really, really nice crest. I can't quite see its tail from the way it's at, but it does have a really nice crest and a nice deep color to it. The bird that wins it today easily for me, it is not letting me move these.
Give me a second. They should be editable. Which one are you going to move? And I can just put it there otherwise.
The one on the bottom right.
Okay. The black one.
Put that one second.
Black. Sorry.
That bird is going to be second, the one in the bottom right corner. And then that bottom right one's going to be first.
Like that.
And then the one with the metal water behind it. will be third. I think then the fourth place one will be the one on the chair.
Okay.
In the bottom left. And then fifth will be the one next to the showgirl one, the one on.
Okay, like that look good?
Yeah, that looks good. I went ahead and put that fifth one there. I think that one, its crest is a little small, but I think it has potential in terms of moving forward when looking at the birds. So now we're going to move on to all other varieties. So lots of these are partridge, as well as blue and splash. I'm glad to see those. There's one bird, though, I'm going to pull out pretty quick. I think this one's a good example of the silky breed. There's actually 3 of them. So we're going to pull the same issue again. We're having the same issue again, Bree, where it won't let me move stuff.
Okay, let's take our 10-minute break now. We'll come back to it and see if it ends up getting fixed later.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. So for everyone watching, 10-minute break. Now's a good chance to ask questions. Throw them in the comment section, and we'll answer them. We'll get them back when we get back to it and jump back in. But yeah. Okay, we're back. Ryan, is it working on your end now to move birds around or not yet still?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me which ones you'd like to place in order I can move them around for you.
Okay, so there is 3 birds on here that really stand out to me in terms of just roundness in the head, crest, and rear end. And that's going to be the bird second from the left on the top, the partridge bird. That one, yes. The partridge bird that is one dead center of the top. One more over. No, not that one. Sorry. One more.
Nope.
Yep, there you go. And then the splash that is on the center right bottom. Right, over one more. Yep, and then, yes. And then this blue one that is over on the far right side with the blue background. I think it's blue. It might be splash. I don't know. Okay. So those are going to be my top 5, and then that way I don't I can just go through and talk the other ones.
Are you missing one more for 5th?
2, 3. Oh, yes, I am. Let me zoom in and look at these real quick. Well, I'll go ahead and talk what the ones I don't have placed. So the bird, can you pull that partridge up right there?
Yep. You're looking at the second partridge on the first row?
Yes. So the splash colored silky with the rug under it, I think it's a little immature compared to those of the birds that we have in front of that. And so I think that's why she's not going to place higher today. The bird with the red background right there is going to be a bird that lacks the tail and overall body that the birds in front of it have. So there's that one, and then the next one is going to be, thank you, sorry, is what looks to be a chocolate brown silky. It's one that I think lacks the overall body shape that we're looking for in silkies, with the tail and the crest under that bird. The next one that we're looking at is the another chocolate, just a really light chocolate color, not quite the color that we would like it to be, but also lacking the tail that the birds in front of it have. The splash that comes next has a little too much back and isn't quite stationed the way that we'd like to see this one. The bird that comes next, what looks to be a blue male, is a little heavy fronted and a little unbalanced for me today. So that's why he didn't get moved up any higher, but he was awfully close being up there. He's just a little unbalanced. The bird that comes next is lacking tail. I'd like to see more tail on that bird, as well as a bigger crest, but I think that bird's awfully young and immature and has potential down the road. The bird that comes next, the awfully light color, splash color, we see that it's also lacking tail. I think this might also be due to immaturity. I would like to see this bird as it gets a little bit older, but it does have a nice crest up on top of its head and a good color across the bird. The chocolate is not a recognized color in my knowledge. Let me look that up real quick while I'm...
For Catherine, who asked about the Cochins, I have Cochin placings here. I can go back to the Cochins page while Ryan's looking that up. Here is your top of the class for Cochin. So first place you have that black, then the white, then the second black, blue, and then your second white.
So chocolate is not a recognized silky color for the ABA. I can't 100% say that for the APA, but I do know it's not in the ABA. And then where are we at? Oh, the white on the far right side in the center. I think that bird has a nice big crest, but I think it's not as rounded as we'd like to see. It throws his body proportion off, and it makes his head and his tail look as if there's not very much tail there. The next bird that we're looking at is the light partridge color on the bottom left. That's a bird that I think has potential, but once again, one of the really young birds. But I'd like to see a little more roundness in its crest, as it does get a little flat through its top. The partridge bird that comes next, that male, gets a little too straight for me. When looking at silkies, we're looking for roundness in every aspect, and that bird is a little straight in his tail and his upper front end in order to be placed any higher. The partridge that comes next was one of those birds that's still young and doesn't have the tail that we'd like to see on the birds in order to place that one higher. The miscolored partridge in the bottom center looks to be one that, like I said, doesn't have the correct color that we're looking for, but also needs more of a round tail. The silky that comes on the far right corner, that's the gray or splash. It is one that has the nice round tail and nice round top, but is a little heavy front-ended for me to be placed any higher today. Just like the Millie class, I think this one's hard to look at because you have to look at every little aspect. So could you flip the first and second birds, please? And I think that's how I want them placed. Flip the third and fourth as well, please. There we go. Okay, so then just talking the top five, the first bird is one that I see a lot of roundness to, which I like. Correct color, nice round head, crest, correct color beak and feet, and correct tail on that bird. Moving to the second bird, has a lot of the same attributes, maybe a little bit darker in color. That's really a preference thing. I really enjoy the light color. It does ask for mahogany, so it is actually somewhere in between those two that we're looking for. The partridge, I really enjoy the tail and the head and the way that bird is built in the second hole. The one that's in third, I think, lacks a little bit of tail compared to the birds in front of it, but still has a nice shape and size to its crest and its upper body. When looking in the fourth hole, I think it's the same thing. It just lacks a little bit of the roundness in the crest as the birds that come in front of it, but a nice bird there. The bird that comes in fifth, I think, lacks tail compared to the birds that come in front of it, but have a nice round comb and a nice round crest to make up for that. So that is our AOV Silkies.
Is it still not working for you?
What's that?
Is it still not working for you to be able to move them?
No, when I grab it, it moves the whole page. Like I'm just sliding down the...
Do you want to try refreshing the Miro and seeing if that works?
Yes, I'm down to try anything. It'll be just a second before they pop back up.
See if there's any other questions we missed. Doesn't look like it for right now. Yeah, to everyone sticking with us. I know it's going pretty long. We've just got the silkies. We have one slide of any other feather legs, and then we'll get to all other comb clean legs, which should be a pretty quick class to go through. Okay, is it working for you? I know it was taking a while for everyone else to get loaded in, but going over some things just as far as numbers while we're still waiting for this to load. Overall, we had 388 birds entered. We are judging all of the birds today for Youth Bantam, so that's why it's taking quite a bit. The next upcoming show is going to be our Youth Large Fowl for anyone just tuning in. It'll be July 10th. Izzy Deitzler will be judging that. That one has 200 and some birds, I want to say. I can pull up the final number. 231 birds, so it should be a little bit shorter than this. And then, yeah, as far as it goes overall, we're getting there. It's still faster than what a lot of shows are, so just be patient. There's two of us working here, so there we go. Now it looks like it's working for you. You're muted still.
There we go. So I'm going to jump right into this, but the top four to me are all quality birds of the breed and the variety that they represent. But there's one today that I think represents the silky the best, and that is going to be the buff. I know that's rare to see, but this bird right here, if I can stay on the page now, is one that has the round crest, has the round front, and has the round end, and is a nice fluffy round bird, and that's what we like to see in the silkies. The white is going to be second. Partridge is going to be third, and black is going to be fourth. And I'm just going to go ahead and finish placing them. I'm going to go ahead and use the other white for fifth. And for sixth, we're going to use the other black. And then partridge again for seventh, and buff for eighth. And that'll be the final silky best of breed class. On that, the any other breed class is where we're moving on to now. There we go. It's working again. I think there's two foul balls in here. One that the male doesn't quite stand up like we'd like. and the other 3 are unrecognized varieties. So we're going to have to start with this Falverall. To me, has the best tail angle, best fluff in the face, muffs and beard. It has good color, salmon color. This male is going to be second. And since these other 3 are unrecognized, they'll just go third, fourth, and fifth. But I'm going to start with this bird right here. I think it's the cleanest looking, has the best top crest to that bird. And then we're going to move into the fourth here. That's another satin silky is what they call them. They have real feathers, and so their tail's not going to ball up like a regular silky would, but they're still going to have a nice crest on them. The bird that comes in fifth, I think, just lacks the roundness that we're looking for in the silky breed. So the Falveralls are going to be placed first and second in that. When looking at the best of class in the featherleg class, there's 2 birds that really stick out to me, and that's going to be this Millie and this black Cochin. And I think they're 2 that you really have to examine really closely and break down. And I'm going to go through real quick and blow this back up. Well, when looking at this, you can see in the black Cochin how nice round her tail is, as well as how well she carries her wings. And her face is a little bit pale, but it looks to be maybe because it's hot. Her breasts go all the way to the ground, as well as keeps a round structure with nice feathers on her legs and feet, and nothing hard. So she's a soft feathered, nice bird there. Moving on and looking at the Millie, this is a bird that really stuck out to me really early on when I was going through this slide earlier this morning. Once it gets pulled up, I'll be able to see it. This is a bird with crazy good everything about him. Good color, good feathers on his feet, good comb. I do think his tail angle is just a tad bit high, but a crazy good bird. For me today, I didn't see myself doing this when I was going through them earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and use the black Cochin. I think this is a bird that is really nice for their breed. And then I think the same about the Millie is going to go ahead and be second. I think that tail angle just throws them off a little bit today. The buff Brahma is going to be third. Like I said, I don't know how big this bird is. He looks to be a little bit big in the pictures, but nothing that was crazy big. We're going to go ahead and use the buff Silky for fourth. And fifth, we're going to use the Langshan. And those will be our final placings on the featherleg class. I think all those are really excellent representations of their breeds and show a good representation of the featherleg class. I think that Cochin and the Millie just really stand out in the final placings. Moving on to the AOCCL class. When I was going through these this morning, like I said, when looking at them, there's a bird in here that should just hit you, and you should not look another way. And that's this first male. I think this male has excellent structure. Cornish are one of those that I'd like to handle because that is important in the Cornish breed. But I think this bird has really good tail length and angle and back. And then he has width. If you can look at his legs and feet, you can see how thick and strong he is there. I think that's really important in terms of the Cornish. That one really stood out to me. But moving down the line, in second, I thought there was another one that I thought really hit me. There was actually two, and it was both between these two. But this bird right here that's moving didn't take as well of a picture, so you can't quite tell all the attributes. I'm going to go ahead and put that bird second. I would like to see her a little more tilted upwards with the tail facing down, but that could just be how she's standing. The next thing we're going to do is move this bird into third. I think that bird's an outstanding bird. Has a nice head, face, eyes, and a really good overall body structure. I think it gets a little closer for fourth, fifth, and sixth. This male right here, I think, goes with those three in front of it just a little bit better, as it does have that Cornish shape and size to it. I think next I'm going to use this female here. I think she does droop in her wings a little bit. she droops on her wings a little bit, but holds herself together a little better than the bird here that has the lack of color. Is going to be in 6th. And then 7th is going to be this white laced red. And then in 8th is going to be the mottled, actually that's a Jubilee or a Spangled. I don't know what they're referred to as in the Cornish breed. But those are all really nice birds, especially those in the top 2 spots are really, really, really nice. Moving on to our next breed, it looks like we have Cochimos, which actually I'm really surprised that we have this many entries. But these are really good-looking birds that I like the overall look of. To me, there's one that sorts their way to the bottom. That's this female here. She just doesn't have that strong Cornish-looking head, so to speak. But there's also the one that sorts themselves to the top, and I think that's this male that's already here. I think it's one that the 2 males have to go first. I think they have the best overall look and tilt. I think they both need a little bit more tail feather, but I think that's something that can be worked on over time. Moving into the 3rd spot, I like the color on all these birds. I do think the bird that's in the 4th spot is a little lighter than what we desire and is looking for a little bit more tail in that aspect too. The bird in 3rd stands up a little short. I like to see him stand a little taller like the rest, but then 4th and 5th are a little light in their color. It doesn't have that Cornishy type head that the birds, I'm going to actually switch these two, that the birds in front of them have. So yes, moving on to the next breed, the Americanas. I think each of these have their own attributes, just you got to look at them in a certain way. The self blue, I think, has a nice tail and nice body on that bird. I think that's a nice bird. I'd like to see him bring his wings up just ever so slightly. Same with the Wheaton next to him. I'd like to see more tail on that bird, but a good front end, and I like the way that she carries her wings. The self blue that comes next. I really enjoy the way that bird carries herself. I'd like to see her bring her wings up a little bit. Her tail's a tick high, but that's something that could also just be the way the angle is on the picture. And the bird that's next, what looks to be a blue Wheaton with the blue background, I think is one that is an excellent bird. I would like to see a little better color on that bird, as it does get a little blended in a lot of the places. The bird that comes next, the blue Wheaton, I think this one finds its way close to the top of the breed, just based on the tail angle, wing carriage, beards and muffs. I think that's something that's really important in Americanas, and that bird definitely has all of those. The white, I like the tail on that bird. I do wish there was more of it underneath. It looks like maybe it has been cut or pulled out of some kind, maybe even molted out. The wings carry a little low. I'd like them to be a little more horizontal. The white male that comes next, same thing. He needs more tail to balance up, as well as keep his wings set better into his body. The bird that comes next, what looks to be a Wheaton, has a nice shape to him, carries his wings just a tick low for me, but good color. It needs more feathers in his tail, and that's the same thing with the bird in the last spot here that we're looking at in the bottom right corner. He needs more tail feathers to finish out, as well as keep his wings up, but a nice bird when looking at them. There's 2 that find their way pretty quick to the top for me, and that's going to be this male here and this female here, a blue Wheaton and a regular Wheaton. I think it just comes down to overall appearance, and I think this bird, the female, has the best look today, and the male is going to have the best look here. He needs a little bit more tail feathers and to carry those wings a little better, but that could be a number of things. All of that. The bird that comes next, to me, is this white. I think she carries herself a little heavy fronted, but I think that's something that's minor compared to some of the other faults in some of the birds that I see here. The next bird I'm going to use is going to be the white male. I think that bird a little heavy fronted, like I said, but a minor fault compared to some of those of its counterparts here. this bird right here, the female is I'm going to use her for 5th. And she has the best color and tail angle today on the rest of these birds. And I will place the top 5 and leave the 4. Moving into black-caped white. Polish. So going through these birds, I think the first bird has a nice, clean, round crest. I really like that about her, with the black in front, with a nice body. That really goes for the bird in the second and third hole too. I'd like to see the bird in the third hole with more feathers, nice tail angles, nice, clean crest. The bird that's in the fourth hole, I think, is the most mature and it's the easiest to look at today, with the round crest, nice, easy going body with the way the tail sets in there. So that's a really nice bird, and I'm glad to see that one in here today. The one that comes next, I think, has a little too much black in his crest and is a little unconditioned in terms of his body, and the rest of his crest and tail is a little unconditioned, but a nice bird. The one that comes next, I really like the overall crest. I'm going to move this one up to the top, actually, and tail width on those birds. That's a nice bird. The bird that comes, this one right here, needs a little bit more feathers as well. I do like how clean and crisp the white is on top of the head, though. The male just needs a little more conditioned. The one in the bottom right corner, I'm alluding to a little more, a little more conditioned on the crest. It is a little dirty. The next bird that I'm going to pull up, so I pulled up 2. I'm going to pull up this bird right here. I think this is a nice bird in terms of just overall structure and shape, along with this bird here. Ooh, maybe a little too high. So I'm going to go ahead and place those.
You muted yourself there.
Thank you. There's a male here that really brings himself out to me. Right there, that male brings himself out. This female here is an excellent example behind. I really like the way that those two pair up together. I just like the way the male's more finished out and has a cleaner look to him today. The next one's going to be this one right here in the third hole. This one in the fourth hole, due to just the tail angle's a little high. The bird that's going to come next, I think I'm going to go ahead and use this bird, even though they're not quite finished out. They have a little better condition today, with a nicer, cleaner, smooth round on that. But those, and then I'll place this bird. That'll go here. He needs a little, he looks dirty. This bird here needs more condition, and this bird just needs more feathers and a more round top when looking at the Polish, but a nice class of Polish to move on. The birds that come next are going to be the AOV Polish class. I think there's one that stands out to me, and that's the white, and I'm just going to go ahead and move her to first. Yes, she's drooped down a little bit more like a crevecore than a Polish should be, but I think this is one of those birds that is nice, clean showbird in that term. The next one is, I'm going to go with the blue here. I think this bird has the next best feather and crest on this bird. I think that's important when you're looking at the Polish, and then we're going to continue down the line with that bird's going to be 5th, 3rd, and this is a duplicate. That's going to be 5th is that bird. That's just because the color is a little bit of leakage everywhere, and that's important to me, that there's clean color. That goes with the same with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I think their color could be a little better, as well as their type. But the bird that comes in first has a nice clean comb to her, as well as a nice body. Best of breed Polish. I think, well, you already heard me talk these, but I think the first ones are pretty obvious to me. Is it's going to go 1, 2, 3 in the blacks. Can you go ahead and bring the 4th and 5th blacks over just in case? First, second, and third. I think these two have the best type. These three have the best type. Clean comb, clean body. Yes, thank you. So I'm going to leave this bird in the 4th hole. They're going to take all 4. The white's going to be 5th. I think she just needs to bring her tail up to match with the rest of them in place any higher today. But the bird that wins, it's a really, really nice bird that wins it handily for me today. And we are in our all other breeds class. I see some buttercups, Chancellor Buckeyes, and a Partridge Chancellor, which is impressive, and a Black Sumatra. So let me pull this out real quick. Hold on just one second. On the Chancellor Partridge here, I'd like to see more tail on this bird. Lots of times we overlook that in that breed. That's one that needs a lot of tail. It needs to look more like a Java, so to speak, with a flat back. I think this bird looks more like a Wyandotte than it does a Chancellor, and I think that's important when looking at breed type and kind. The next thing is the Sumatra Bantam. I'd like to see that tail a little bit more open there. You can see how it's kind of closed off, but it has a nice green sheen with a dark mulberry head, almost black, which is awesome. That's a nice bird there. The next bird we have is the 2 Sicilian Buttercups. Nice tail angles on both of them. I'd like to clean up their combs, but that is a really hard comb to fix. Their wing angle needs to come up just a little bit, and their color both needs worked on, but I think that's something, once again, it's easier to work on than it is said. It's easier said than done. But then the Partridge Chancellor male that's up here in the top center, I think that's a bird that's really nice, just needs a little bit more back and a little more tail feathers today to be able to compete at the top of this class. The 2 Buckeyes, I think, are really nice birds. They both carry the characteristics of the Rhode Island red, which I really enjoy to look at. I think the one on the right is the one in the middle is a little more darker than that of the one on the left. But the one on the left has a little better comb, but I'm going to take the type over that, and I'm going to start with the Sumatra here. I think that's a nice bird that needs some more time to grow. The next bird I'm going to use is I'm going to take the bird with the better type over the better comb, and that's important to me. Then I'm going to use the other Buckeye with the Sicilian coming in 4th, and the other Buttercup coming in 5th, and then the 2 Partridge, the Chancellor, the male first, and then the female. I think the male has more Chancellor attributes than that of the female. And then we're going to move on. Are we good on? Give me just 1 second to just re-look over everything before I start talking. I think this is going to be one of the tougher classes to look at. So I do think that there is 2 that really, really stand out to me in terms of just overall quality and looks. And that's going to be the 2 Cornish. If you could go ahead and bring that 3rd Cornish over, Bree, that'd be awesome, please. And thank you. I think those 2 Cornish are outstanding examples of their breed. That's really important that we keep those together. You can see the 3rd Cornish there. I'm going to pull her back down. I think that Cornish has good attributes. I think she could have a little better picture done, but I do understand that it is a bird and it's always moving. So I'm going to go ahead and use the Polish. The Polish, to me, is the next best. He has good crest, good comb, good tail carriage. I would like to see his wings up just a little bit, but not a huge deal. The next bird I'm going to use is the other Cornish. And then back fifth for the Polish. I think that the all other breeds and the six that are left, I think, are really nice representations of their breeds. I think that they're just still a minor breed, and they're working on getting their way back up to the top, like the Cornish and the Polish are in the AOCCL class. And it looks like it is time. It is time for Champion Row.
Yeah, we're up to champions, so this will be the last one. I pulled the top two from each show or each class. If you made it to Champion Row, huge congratulations. There's a lot of birds you had to beat to get here. So you should be really proud. Even if you don't place Champion Bantam, you should be really proud of where you're sitting for Champion Row. And everyone on these, everyone again, if you're received class champion, breed, or a breed, be reaching out to you afterwards. And then once the championships is determined and we pick champion overall Bantam, I'll be going ahead and I will just be announcing the names of all the exhibitors that placed. So
if I blow this up, are you still able to see me?
I can see you right now. I don't think there's anything blowing up though.
Okay, I made my screen big so I could see all the birds up close.
Yeah, we can still see it the same as before.
First off, these top, especially the top five, these are outstanding birds and have great characteristics of the breeds and classes that they represent. There is not one bird that I think easily wins it in terms of the best bird for the best Bantam. I think that any of these birds should be able to move on in the open show even and do an excellent job there. There's each and every one of these birds hits you right out of the gate. The Cochin, as soon as I saw it, I knew that was one of the better birds that I had seen in the FEATHERLEG class. I think it was a very well-rounded bird, very well-rounded through its front, through its end. Its head was slightly higher than that of the back. I would like to see the face just ever so slightly, a little bit darker cherry red. I think that's important in the Cochins but lots of times we have to understand that those birds are hot, and that's their way of cooling down is going to be to make themselves lighter. That also is just life. When looking at the Hamburg, that's one of the best Hamburgs I've ever seen in terms of Bantam Hamburgs. I would like to get my hands on that bird and see the tips of every feather. Do they look like that, or is that just the outside? And that's getting awfully picky of a really, really good bird. Like I said, faces once again also awfully pale in terms of how close is it to cherry red. The Leghorn that comes next, that's a really, really nice bird that has really, really good qualities and characteristics of that bird. But the comb on that bird is what really throws it off for me. And then there's the final two that I'm going to blow up here real quick so I can see them one more time, is the Modern. I think this Modern is outstanding in terms of quality, color, and overall type of that bird. I think that bird is crazy good, along with that Cornish male. I'm going to pull my standard out for that one. Believe. The Cornish, I think that's really only fault is in this picture is it's not posed correctly as to where it stood up with the slightly tilted back. It is tilted. It's not tilted enough for my liking today. I think that the Hamburg, let me look at that one more time. But that Cornish is still an outstanding Cornish. With that being said, the Hamburg, let me look one more time. Let me find it. It's going to be the tail angle on the female is supposed to sit at 40 degrees. I think that one's a little bit higher than 40. I don't like that in that aspect, but I am picking apart some really, really good birds. I think that there is one here today for me that does it. In terms of overall quality, color, and what we're looking for in a showbird. And for me today, that is going to be the Birchen Modern game. So where do I need to move those to? Is there a spot?
Yep, you can put it your champion youth bantam. So pick a champion reserve, a second runner-up, and then if you have any honorable mentions, you can include those as well.
The champion's the modern game. For reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer for me. I think that the Cochin is really, really well-rounded in that aspect. I also think this Cornish is an outstanding Cornish, and I think it could do really well anywhere that bird was to go. But for me today, I think the Cochin has a little bit better attributes in terms of breed characteristics. So that Cochin is going to be reserve champion. Cornish is going to be the third. It's going to be the second runner-up. And the honorable mentions are going to include the Hamburg, the Leghorn, and one more. Two more. Hold on. That bird, the Millie, and the Wyandotte are all going to be honorable mentions.
Sounds good. Thank you, everyone, for watching, for paying attention. I'm going to go through and I'll name the names of everyone. I want to give a huge shout out to Ryan for judging for us. It has been 5.5, and there has been a ton of birds to go through, and you've done a great job. The explanations, just going through, getting feedback on every single one. I know regardless of whether or not you agree with the placings while you're watching them, it's a qualified, definitely qualified judge, qualified person going through it, and you've got the reasonings and the feedback, and it's one bird, one day. You know, that's it is how it is. It's how it goes. But all of you guys should be extremely proud of the birds you put forward, especially if you made it to champion row or class champion. It's a big show and a ton of people. So yeah. Now it's time. I will go through. I want to give also a huge thank you again to our sponsors. I'll go through and I'll name them. Most of these are not, like, when we got our sponsors, they were not big name companies. These are backyard farmers. These are individuals. Some people that entered birds in the show. They're people that just said this virtual show is something we want to keep going, and it's everything we need. We wouldn't be able to put it on without them. So I want to give them a shout out and a thanks. So all of the people that we have, Southwest Game Birds, Thieving Otter Farms, Jesse Sullivan, Paducah Azul Farm, Misfits Farm and Homestead, Bryant's Roost, Bumblo Hollow Farm, C&B Coops, American Ahiki Association, Zen Chicken Reiki, Valerie's Phoenix Farm, Hidden Pines Homestead, Keep Clucking, Lenora Fairbanks, William Foster, Quirky Quail Homestead, Squeaky Crow Poultry and Rabbitry, Coop DeVille Farms, Odell Ranch, Power Buff Poultry, Farm Charm Mercantile, Little Creek Farms, H Farms and Hatchery, and Fluffy Bottom Farm and Hatchery, all sponsored different awards. Some of them sponsored the certificates, some of them the plaques, some of them the ribbons, just little bits here and there, and we really would not be able to put the show on without them. So if you know any of them personally, if you see them on Facebook, give them an extra thanks for us, as well as everyone that helped both on the Facebook page, on the website, to get the word out by sharing it, liking it, commenting. We wouldn't have been able to get this big of a show. I wasn't expecting to get this big of a show, so it's awesome to see so many birds and so many exhibitors entered. And yeah, with that being said, I will go through and we'll start at the beginning. I will walk through, and I've just got the top from each one. So for our best silver birchen, we have Lane Baldwin, and I apologize fully in advance if I messed up any of your names. I am really bad with names. So we've got Lane Baldwin. For our best all other variety, we have Susanna Nation. For the best modern, we have Lane Baldwin again with her silver birchen. For the best Old English birchen, we have Joshua Bryant. For the best black Old English, we have Susanna Nation. For the best all other variety, Susanna Nation again. And same with the best Old English, Susanna Nation. Champion game was Lane Baldwin again with her modern, and reserve was Susanna Nation with the modern. Best Orpington for single comb clean leg was Aubrey Etter. Best Leghorn was Kimberly Underwood. Best New Hampshire was Ben Connor. Best Rhode Island Red was Joy Nothnagel. Best Plymouth Rock was Carly Shield. Best Serama was Danny Shackelford. Best All Other Breed reached out to me specifically and asked to remain anonymous. And then champion single comb clean leg was Kimberly Underwood, and reserve was Joy Nothnagel. And on to rose comb clean leg, we have our best black Wyandotte was Jacob Odell. Our best silver laced Wyandotte was Tiffany Cusick. Our best Partridge Wyandotte was Kensington Mitchell. Our best all other variety was Tiffany Cusick. And Tiffany Cusick also took best of breed Wyandotte with that. Our best Sebright was Jasmine Bange. Our best Quail D'Anver was Lucas Cusick. Our best all other variety D'Anver was Amber Odell. Our best D'Anver was also Amber Odell with that same bird. Our best any other breed was Misty Thibodeau, and she also took champion with that Hamburg, with reserve being Tiffany Cusick with her Wyandotte. Going on to feather legs, our best Brahma is Arya Urbanic. Our best Langshan, I have to pull up the name, give me 1 second. I missed that one, is Natalie Palmquist. Our best Porcelain D'uccle was Owen Rice. Best Millie Fleur D'uccle was also Owen Rice. All other variety D'uccle asked to remain anonymous. Best D'uccle was Owen Rice overall with his Millie Fleur. Best white Cochin was also Owen Rice. Best blue Cochin was Emma Tice. Best black Cochin was Jocelyn Hefty. Best all other variety Cochin was also Jocelyn Hefty. Best Cochin with her black was Jocelyn Hefty. Best white was Jace Dudley or JC Dudley. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce that. Best buff was Luke Dudley. Best black was again JC Dudley. Best all other variety was Aria Bigot. Best silky was Luke Dudley, again with his buff silky there. Best all other breed was Brooklyn Bilge. And champion FEATHERLEG overall was Jocelyn Hefty, with reserve being Owen Rice with his D'Uccle. Going on to all other comb clean legged. Best Cornish is Ellie Taylor. Best Koshamo was Nicholas Peters. Best Americana was Landon Howie. Best Black Cat Polish was Brianna Walker. She also took best all other variety Polish, and best Polish overall, again, Brianna Walker. Best all other breed was Candace Solman. And then champion all other comb clean legged was Ellie Taylor, and she also took reserve. So overall, champion youth bantam, congrats again to Lane Baldwin, and reserve overall was Jocelyn Hefty. So thank you again to everyone that entered. We did so many birds, so many things. It was great to see them all. And I will hopefully be reaching out by email within the next couple of days to the next week to get address to send out awards as soon as they come in. So keep in touch for that. Hope to see you guys in a few days with Izzy judging. Yeah. I think that's the end of it. Any last words, Brian?
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys then.